Completed 9 extremity. Wang Wei stood in another secret realm with a transplanar transmission array. The array lit up as he calmly waited. A few seconds later, someone who looked exactly like him walked, with the only difference being the black hair and eyes. "So, you're the first," said Wang Wei. "It seems so," replied the free will incarnations. "Let's not waste time and immediately fuse. We have to wait for fate to arrive." A few minutes later, another Wang Wei walked out of the formation, and it was the fate incarnation. Although technically a mortal with no cultivation, he could easily kill an immortal venerable with his mighty soul power and deep understanding of the law of heaven and earth. "Is everything ready?" he asked. "Yes." "Then let's begin." The three sat cross-legged in the air with their eyes closed. 9 palaces manifested above his head, releasing a gray light that entered Wang Wei and the free will incarnation's body. The fate incarnation waved his hand, and the fate goo flew into a pool in one of the palaces. Finally, Wang Wei began the fusion. The first thing he experienced in the process was the memory of the incarnation. He watched how the latter cultivated from the body-tempering realm until the free will incarnation became a quasi-emperor. Wang Wei took this opportunity to experience every realm of the original system a second time, starting from scratch. This benefited him greatly, including a deeper understanding of the Tao. He created the free will incarnation from Zhen Chaos Body, so the latter did not have to start from a mortal like the other incarnations. Nevertheless, Wang Wei's Tao heart was still baptized through the incarnation's mission. Another benefit of this fusion was the increase in his fleshly body. Wang Wei worried the different chaos materials fused by the various incarnations would cause problems during the fusion. But he was wrong. The materials turned into power or energy to elevate the fleshly body to a higher level. So, they technically disappear while cultivating the ancient desolate body refining scripture. So, the final fusion was one of flesh and flesh. Even the black holes of the incarnation became nourishment for the black holes of Wang Wei's main body. Is this the power of existence? The incarnations are clones, yet they are also another extension of me, thought Wang Wei as he analyzed the changes in his body. He saw his Tao tree had some golden colors scattered in the silver parts. He knew this was the benefit of using the 9 fate palaces as a catalyst for the fusion. "I feel my fateless abilities are now complete after fusing with this incarnation," muttered Wang Wei. Then he continued. P&D1. Co. He experienced a life of goodness, joy, and light from the Yin incarnation. Of course, the life of a woman. From the Yang incarnation, Wang Wei experienced a life of evil, slaughter, sadness, and darkness. Based on his spiritual hints, the 2 incarnations each experienced mortal dust, ensuring a stable and potent Tao heart. Their mortal dust had some unique aspects as they each turned into the sun and moon for a while. The power of yin-yang emanated from Wang Wei's body as he finished his fusion. His body, soul, origin essence, law, Duyi realm, battle experience, and Tao heart once again sublimated. He felt the power coursing through his veins and nodded in satisfaction. The only thing he was not happy about was the Duyi realm. With the memories from Earth, these incarnations tried to push the boundary of the cultivation system. Unfortunately, they could not succeed because they were an extension of Wang Wei's main body. They could use the Duyi realm but only the one from the main body. The worst part is they only discover the reason behind their failures once they regain their memories. The next incarnation was luck. While fusing with this one, Wang Wei's face changed, showing a range of negative emotions: sadness, despair, grief, guilt, pain, loss, and anger. He looked like a schizophrenic patient, experiencing countless personalities simultaneously. Then, tears dropped from his eyes as he opened them. He exhaled deeply. I finally understand his pain. He experienced the luck incarnation's emotion as he watched Wu Hong die. He felt the despair and helplessness of the latter, the guilt for his own weakness and lack of ability. I will never let something like that happen. He would die before watching something happen to her. Although Wu Hong told him his action would be selfish since he would leave her alone in the world, he did not care. He would be selfish if such a situation presented itself. Please visit Panda N0V1. Co. and exhaled deeply, managing his emotions. The next fusion was with the Karma incarnation. Wang Wei watched as the latter tried to be detached or transcend the shackles of karma. After many unsuccessful attempts, the Karma incarnation chose to create a river of karma and fuse with the karma of all living things, thus becoming the source of karma. With this method, he was no longer bound by any karmic debts or restraints. I have a feeling this experience will be extremely beneficial to me later on, he muttered before checking the changes. This incarnation fused with the river of karma he created, so Wang Wei's unbound karma physique further sublimated after the fusion. He now had the karmic resistance of a great emperor, meaning he could slaughter hundreds of heaven-will world and not be affected by karmic sins. Excellent. After the great Tao source baptism, this physique should further evolve, pondered Wang Wei before continuing with the next incarnation, life and death or samsara. Did you eliminate all the traces? Wang Wei asked. Yes. Old man Nether won't find anything even if he turned heaven and earth upside down, replied the samsara incarnation. Excellent, replied Wang Wei before proceeding with the fusion. Things proceeded smoothly as he drastically improved in all aspects. As he opened his eyes, his vision changed as he saw a red room with countless cloud-shaped blobs. He looked at one of the blobs and could tell this soul would be reincarnation approximately 6 generations from now in the myriad emperor world. However, Wang Wei suddenly frowned as he looked at another soul. Grandfather will be reincarnated into another world community? Although he was still resentful toward the man, he knew what he meant for his grandmother. So, he waved his hand to change his reincarnation time to be the same as his grandma's. Finally, he linked their soul to have a love-fate line before blessing them with ample luck. I wish you all the blessing and love in your next journey. He closed his eyes as he continued his cultivation. The next incarnation was destiny. The mortal dust of this incarnation was interesting. He became a tyrant that controlled the destiny of everyone in the world. He released knowledge of his existence, desiring people to revolt against their fate and try to defeat him. Many tried, but unfortunately, no one succeeded. The most significant benefit of this fusion is his Tao heart tempering. He was very satisfied with the result. Additionally, he fused the latter's Book of Destiny into his Proving Tao artifact, sublimating it into an ultimate emperor artifact embryo. The last incarnation was order, disorder. Through this fusion, Wang Wei experienced what it was like to be heavenly Tao through the latter's mission. When the order clone first replaced heavenly Tao in a lower thousand world, the latter felt his mind became cold, indifferent, and calculating. He tried to resist that change but realized he needed to retain a certain level of apathetic mindset to control the entire laws of a world. And as he became the heavenly Tao of a middle and greater thousand world, the amount of information he needed to process every second was astronomical, so he needed to stay in a state of indifference for a longer period of time. Through this incarnation, Wang Wei further peeped into the workings of heavenly Tao, thus increasing his understanding of the heavenly Tao control of his force control skill. Lastly, he learned more ways to access and control his willpower. The last step, muttered Wang Wei as the 9 fate palaces fused with his main body. His aura suddenly increased as he underwent a baptism. A potent power of fate nourished his body and boosted his strength to another level. I feel complete, commented Wang Wei as he felt the peak 5 root strength he possessed. 9 extremity is wonderful, it's a shame I cannot leave any records for the sect, muttered Wang Wei. The 9 extremity foundation is one of the core secrets of heaven and earth, so it contains certain karmic power which prevents people from leaving any records of its existence. Furthermore, even people who know about it will have their memories become blurry and even doubt the existence of the 9 extremity foundation. The only exception to this rule is Emperor, but even they cannot leave written records of the 9 extremity. For example, after Wang Wei leaves, his ancestors' memories of the 9 extremity will also become unclear, and many will directly forget it. However, as long as he, Di Tian, Wrath, and Chu Luo are present in the lower dimension, knowledge of the 9 extremity will not be affected. So, if Jin Mengyao does not take the opportunity to use his current knowledge about 9 extremity, It will disappear from his mind after Wang Wei leaves. Wang Wei looked at his fate incarnation. Are you ready? Of course. Let's go. He took the orb containing the science and technology world and entered. Fierce General. After feeling something wrong with the cleanup, Di Tian left with his shadow, returning to the Myriad Emperor world. His father immediately came to see him after his return. The cleanup is already finished? Asked the Di clan patriarch. Something went wrong, so I left alone. What happened? He asked with a frown. It doesn't matter, replied Di Tian. Does the clan have any sealed heaven chosen who practice overlord or tyrant Dao? The patriarch pondered for a moment. There should be. But I need one to be my general. Do you even need a general? He knew his son's strength, so he felt the latter was guaranteed to win this generation's battle. This is one of the reasons Di Tsong did not mind his son was the reincarnation of some powerhouses. I thought I did not, but Wang Wei's strength caught up with me. Di Tsong immediately frowned and hurriedly asked, How sure are you to win? I don't know. Di Tian would be sure if it were before since he could break the limit of 9 extremity. However, he knew Wang Wei was the kind of person who could create miracles. Di Tsong immediately became nervous since he's never heard any uncertainty from his son before. There is no need to worry, added Di Tian. He was not as worried about the final battle because of his emperor soul. He now broke the limit of his soul and can continue to reincarnate. The only reason he wanted to prove the Tao in this generation no matter is he knew Qing'er imprint might not survive past this generation. Di Tsong sighed to calm down. Follow me. He took his son to a secret realm where numerous coffins with profound seals around them. Di Tsong held a talisman while reviewing information about these sealed heaven chosen. Soon he found the person he wanted. Di Tsong then used a secret technique to unlock the coffin. Then, a fierce and brutal aura emanated from the coffin. I'm awake, said a beautiful and melodious voice. Finally, this suffering has ended. A woman dressed in plain black clothes walked out of the coffin. Her body exuded a terrifying yang energy, showing her mighty fleshly body. She opened her mouth to swallow a vast quantity of spirit qi. She turned around to look at Di Tsong and Di Tian. I specifically asked the clan to wake me during a generation full of eternal destiny. Is it this generation? Yes, but this is not why you're woken up, said Di Kong. What do you mean? You need to be the general of this generation's heaven chosen? What did you say? Said Di Jiang, releasing a terrible killing aura. It was so intense the surrounding trembled, and Di Tsong had to take a few steps backward. Di Tian waved his hand to disperse the pressure. Do you have a problem with what he said? Of course I do. How about now? He released a terrifying pressure that made Di Jiang unable to breathe or move. Not bad, commented Di Tian before increasing the pressure. He wanted to force her to heal. However, Di Jiang refused to bow down. Who is she? A peerless genius born at the wrong time. She was born in the Middle Emperor era, 30 years after Emperor Three Leaf from the Loose Cultivator Alliance proved the Tao. Tainted by the karma of the previous generation, her emperor path was cut before it started. However, she refused to accept things so easily. After cultivating until the quasi-emperor realm, Di Jiang contacted everyone who survived the Heaven Will battle and battled them out. She suppressed them one by one, shocking the world. However, this was not the end. Di Jiang showed her arrogance as she challenged Emperor Three Leaf. She claimed to the world that if she had been born earlier, the latter would never prove the Tao. So, she challenged him to fight her in the same realm. She used the Di clan's power to spread rumors throughout the Myriad Emperor world. Finally, Emperor Three Leaf could no longer ignore this matter and decided to prove her wrong. He sealed himself to the strength he had before acquiring the Heaven Will and fought with her. Then the world was schooled. Di Jiang dominated that battle and won, proving to the world she would have been the emperor if not for her poor luck. Meanwhile, Emperor Three Leaf became the laughingstock of the world. A mighty first-class emperor was no match for a little girl. What's more, he only won because of his luck. Angered, Three Leaf wanted to eradicate Di Jiang to wash away this shame. Unfortunately, The D clan's insurgents prepared and took Di Jiang away. However, Three Leaf did not give up and mobilized the power of the Loose Cultivator Alliance to fight the D clan. Please visit Panda, N0V1. Co. M. The result was his exile into the upper dimension. Although the D clan did not have an eternal emperor, their founder was a man of great merit. In the ancient emperor era, the western continent was desolate, even worse than the current northern continent. It was full of baleful auras, chaotic spatial energy, and low spiritual qi. Then, the patriarch of the D clan arrived and cultivated the Earth Dao and minor in Array Dao. He reconnected the veins underneath the western continent to revitalize it while also using formation to slowly remove the baleful aura and smooth the chaotic spaces. The D clan founder did not fix the western continent in one generation. Generations after generations of the D clan helped the process, including the other 4 emperors. The D clan received great merit for their actions, and their founder even refined a unique emperor artifact full of merit and connected to the entire western continent. With this foundation, the D clan swiftly dealt with Emperor Three Leaf and saved Di Jiang's life. Thinking about everything she experienced, Di Jiang would never kneel to anyone. Great willpower, said Di Tian coldly. Unfortunately, it's useless before absolute power. He increased his aura, forcing Di Jiang onto her knees. He ignored her ugly complexion or all the blood from her body. You serve as my general, and I will find karma washing water for you to compete in the next generation. Di Jiang gritted her teeth but did not say anything. You can serve me willingly, or I can enslave you, added Di Tian. Believe me when I say you won't even be able to kill yourself in front of me. Di Jiang's eyes became red. Then, a few seconds later, she suddenly became incredibly calm and composed. Fine, I agree. Interesting, muttered Di Tian before pointing his hand to her forehead and putting a seal inside her soul. You betray me, you die. The strong decide the fate of the weak. That's how the world should be, she said nonchalantly. As long as you understand, said Di Tian, who knew Di Jiang was the kind of person who could bide her time before taking revenge. Unfortunately, the difference between them was something she could not even fathom. Now, follow me. Di Tian led Di Jiang to meet with Gao Buqin and Gluttony. He spent the next few days preparing detailed training programs for these 3, including using formation and tactics from the Qin dynasty. He mobilized numerous resources from the D clan and his private reserves to train them. Then, he entered seclusion. Not long after he entered, he received a talisman that disturbed him. Wang Wei wants to see me, he muttered with a frown. Di Tian condensed a clone and sent it. After knowing the reason for the visit, he condensed another clone with 95% of his power and sent it after the people Wang Wei wanted to kill. Pan, Kin 0v1. See, did you find the place of the war talisman? We discovered 5 locations where it could be. Di Tian's eyes squinted with a cunning light. Good enough. Have our people stay in these places and notify me if they see Li Jun. As you wish. Di Tian frowned as he sensed the latter's hesitation. What is it? Master, are you sure Li Jun is coming for the talisman? He wanted it ever since he lost to Fang Lijuan. With Wang Wei's destiny that can nourish others, it's normal for him to find it, said Di Tian before dismissing the sleepers. However, he was in a bad mood because of the quality of the new sleepers. They were incompetent in his eyes. He closed his eyes to wait. The assassination failed, he muttered with a frown. Those people from the upper dimension are not simple. He shook his head before focusing on his cultivation. This time, he would enter deep seclusion, even using a time chaos treasure to ensure he reached his goal. No matter what happened outside would have to wait for his exit. Let's see what kind of power this limit breaker will bring me. Mortal Emperor. Di Tian continued his cultivation, deepening his comprehension of the Tao. Floating in front was a small golden tree that released a tremendous amount of Tao rhymes. If anyone could see this tree, they would be surprised as it was the legendary Bodhi tree, a treasure even eternal supremes would fight to the death for. The Bodhi tree enhanced comprehension and made it easier for cultivators to comprehend the law. And once it grows to a certain size, It's helpful to even great emperor realms and above. Even in the upper dimension, Bodhi tree is an invaluable treasure. Although it's not an innate or chaos treasure, the Bodhi tree is 100 times more valuable than most of these treasures. Regrettably, Buddhist-oriented spiritual treasures became extinct after the extinction of Buddhism in the lower dimension and the absolute beginning magic. D. Tian only preserved this Bodhi tree after awakening his memory as a monk in the incense era. After countless years, incalculable treasures, and relentless effort, he grew it to the current 50 centimeters size. With the help of the Bodhi tree and his emperor soul, D. Tian felt his comprehension had never been as smooth during his entire cultivation journey. So, he swiftly reached the pinnacle of the supreme realm. To ensure a solid foundation, he underwent Tao tribulation to temper his Tao fruit to the best state possible. Then, 9 Dharma bodies manifested behind him, each reaching the limit of 269 trillion kilometers. D. Tian began the fusion process, so his body grew in size. It did not take him long before he reached the height of the Dharma body. So, he proceeded to fuse with the second. His actions allowed his body to break the limit of 269 trillion kilometers. D. Tian repeated the process until he fused with all 9. So, I've reached this step again, muttered D. Tian as he checked his Tao body. His strength reached 5 root, but it was barely. The final step, he muttered before continuing his cultivation. He focused on condensing the illusory world in his acupoints to temper his body to the peak of this generation. Once he finished, a mysterious seed full of runes appeared in his sea of consciousness, releasing a power that drastically increased his fleshly body. Boom! He punched in the air, shaking the entire secret realm. Luckily, he used his power to reinforce the surroundings. Otherwise, he would have destroyed everything. Only 13 Fiend God force? He commented with some dissatisfaction. He soon relaxed since the research he did make him understand that true power Tao was not an easy path to cultivate. D. Tian did not leave his retreat since he finally reached the most crucial step, beyond 9 extremity. He readjusted his state before closing his eyes. He saw a purple orb floating in his sea of consciousness and stared at it for a few minutes. Although he knew it was the best choice to absorb the limit breaker, and he did not have a choice, a small part of him still wanted to use it to revive his wife. So, he took a deep breath before beginning to use it. After completing the 9 extremity foundation, D. Tian felt he had reached a ceiling of power that he could not. He could push the height of the ceiling by a small margin, but he could never go beyond it. However, as he used the limit break, he sensed cracks appearing on the ceiling. Bang! D. Tian felt the limitation of heaven and earth placed on him was forcefully broken. Then, he felt his strength increase at an exponential rate, especially his understanding of the Tao. Half of his golden Tao tree turned purple gold. His divine sea, which was a combination of 9 divine seas, expanded tremendously. His soul was nourished and reached an unprecedented level, and his energy was purified beyond a level he thought possible. D. Tian had never felt such strength in his life. He was undergoing a radical transformation into a supreme and venerated being. The only disappointing thing about this transformation was his fleshly body, as he only reached 15 Fiend God force. Is this the power of a great emperor? Muttered D. Tian with a little fascination. He felt mighty, supreme, and invincible. In his mind, he could achieve anything between heaven and earth. D. Tian suddenly felt danger, and he swiftly reined in his mind as his powerful Tao heart and state of mind stabilized. He did not let his sudden strength increase affect his mind. Is this why 9 extremity requires a powerful Tao heart to achieve? He quickly understood if he did not have a powerful Tao heart to control his current strength, something terrible would happen. He might lose that strength or, worse, die. He muttered as he raised his head. His vision penetrated the secret realm, and he saw the sky outside of the D clan. Numerous visions manifested in the sky, shrouding the entire myriad emperor world. Please visit Panda, N0V1. Co. MD Tian frowned. It detected my breakthrough? He did not have the best relationship with heavenly Tao, so he always used a chaos treasure to hide from the latter's eyes. But now, it seemed it discovered his breakthrough. It must be the work of true heavenly Tao? Thought Di Tian, unhappy about the vision. With such a grand scene, some people should guess the reason for this great celebration. A large piece of purple merit descended from the sky to Di Tian in the secret realm, followed by a piece of information in his mind. He squinted his mind as he realized breaking through the limit of 9 extremity was not as simple as he imagined. Mortal Emperor, he muttered with squinted eyes. His achievement of 10 extremity was the first in the entire Chaos universe, so Grand Tao granted him the title of Mortal Emperor. With this title, he will have luck and destiny compared to a son of Era without having the responsibilities. He will have an extended period compared to others to comprehend existence, thus increasing his chances of becoming emperor. Thirdly, his lifespan can break the limit of 1 yuan epoch. As a mortal emperor, he can live for 9 yuan epoch. Furthermore, he could participate in the heavenly battle every other generation without washing away his karma. Lastly, he will have 1 extra life after proving the Tao, similar to if he had consumed a longevity resource. So many benefits? Di Tian knew he would benefit significantly from any of these things. With such tremendous luck and destiny, he does not have to worry about heavenly Tao's scheme. Plus, his survivability drastically increased. After all, with the destiny of sons and daughters of Era, it's not easy to kill them. The second ability increased his chances of becoming an eternal emperor. More lifespan will always be valuable, not to mention the ability to not be affected by the karma of a generation's heaven will battle. Finally, he will have an extra life after becoming an emperor. Di Tian smiled slightly before returning to his old calm demeanor. Then, another piece of information appeared in his mind. As the first person to become a mortal emperor and create a new foundation, he has the right to name. Since there is 9 extremity, call it 10 Supremacy Foundation. As soon as he said these words, the records of Grand Tao changed and added a new level of Tao foundation. Immediately, countless paragons, fiend gods, and half-step detached beings sensed the change in the universe. However, only a few could find this new record. Many people even wanted to find the person who had such an achievement. Unfortunately, Grand Tao directly protected Di Tian's existence, not allowing anyone to discover him. However, a few scary existences discovered the source of the change was the eternal ascension world. Di Tian exhaled deeply to control his emotions. He looked at the purple merit before him and could not help smiling again. He placed it away, knowing this was the first step in a long road. To his surprise, another piece of knowledge appeared in his sea of consciousness. However, the source was Empyrean 9 Pillar. The latter left him with many of his theories and possibilities about the 10 Supremacy Foundation. This person was truly a heaven-defying genius, commented Di Tian after reviewing the knowledge. He shook his head in regret as he could not fathom the latter's achievement if he were not obsessed with achieving 10 Supremacy. His inheritance will benefit me immensely. However, I have something else to do. He waved his hand to create a bunch of runes. He seemed to be casting a spell, but with his power, it was not instant. Moreover, Di Tian was very cautious. With my new power, he should not discover it. The only thing I should worry about is those damn old things. Di Tian breathed in relief before continuing his cultivation. Science and Technology World. Wang Wei and the Fate Incarnation waited for someone in a white room. Knowing it might take some time, he decided to continue to study the changes in his body and his previous fusion experience. 10 Supremacy. Author's note. Thanks to Black_Jesus_1999 for the super gift. Last month, I had one of the lowest incomes from this novel, which was very disheartening. However, your gift has greatly motivated me. Wang Wei first felt the changes in his Tao body. After fusing the 9 Dharma bodies, he created a solid foundation for his emperor path. From his knowledge, he knew the emperor's body was another battle strength for great emperors, but only for people with deep foundations. However, there were more crucial aspects of this fusion. After the void-shattering realm, physiques, even heavenly ones, are almost useless. The others are essentially useless except for rare physiques like Su Shi's primordial chaos physique or upper dimension physiques like the innate grand Tao physique and the paragon soul. The owner could use some method to retain a few special characteristics of their physique after proving the Tao. However, that's a rare occurrence. PNDNOV, these physiques were yin-yang balance physique, unfettered physique, good fortune physique, luck, karma source physique, space-time overlord physique, samsara physique, heaven order physique, and destiny manipulation physique. He fused these unique physiques into his fate puppeteer physique to create the embryo of the fate domination physique. Currently, this physique is useless and is only an embryo. However, after becoming an emperor, he can nourish it with the Grand Tao source and the river of fate to become complete. Wang Wei has no big ambitions about this physique. He only wishes it could give him a boost when comprehending the fate Grand Tao source. With his current monstrous comprehension level, the future Buddha self, the spirit particle, even a few % increase from this physique will be highly beneficial. Maybe it's not as useless as I thought, pondered Wang Wei as he felt his fate innate talent he had not used in a long time begin to change. The innate talent is extremely powerful, and he used it to deepen his understanding of fate Tao. He also incorporated many of the things he learned from it into his fate transcending sutra. However, the weakness of this talent is how easy it is to backlash him when used on people on the same or higher level than him. As for weaker people, it was overkill to use it on them. I planned to see if I could refine and elevate it to a higher level. Or maybe, create an artifact with its power. But now, it seems it might still be useful to me in the final battle, thought Wang Wei before continuing to check his body. He checked his origin essence, and all he could say is the amount was endless. Adding his Chi Flower ability, he never has to worry about his stamina for fighting. After proving the Tao, the origin essence will nourish the Emperor body, contributing to my foundation. Cultivation system with only energy also has the hope to be excellent in the Emperor realm. If their energy quantity is vast and pure enough, they can nourish the Emperor's body. And as long the Emperor body is strong enough, someone can use it to become an eternal supreme. Of course, other cultivation systems have too many advantages over pure energy systems. For example, Wang Wei's gold Tao tree will also fuse with his Emperor body, increasing his Tao foundation. Wang Wei clenched his hand and felt the power of his fleshly body. 18 Fiend God Force, an increase of 9. Not bad, I guess. Finally, Wang Wei checked on his Fate Transcending Sutra. Each incarnation has its unique scriptures. Now, he had to fuse them all. This will take some time, pondered Wang Wei. The Fate incarnation created an outline for the fusion, and he only needs to fill it in. The door of the room suddenly opened, and two people walked in, a woman and a man. Wu Fan has seen the immortal, bowed the woman, and Wang Wei looked at her. He remembered the little girl from the martial divine dynasty who participated in his little game during his trial. She was the final winner and became the ruler of this world. After so many years, she somehow managed to keep that power. 9th level genetic warrior, not bad, commented Wang Wei. The little girl is nothing before the immortal, replied Wu Fan with some hidden emotions. After the warriors of this world reached the 9th level, many became arrogant and challenged the so-called immortal, who was the true ruler of this world. Unfortunately, Wang Wei's clone patted all of them with one attack. After all, even if it was a clone, he could still kill a bunch of little supreme and quasi-emperor realm cultivators. Let's not waste time, said Wang Wei, looking at the scientist behind her. Have you finished what I asked you? Yes and no, replied Wei Inlay with hesitation. You can speak freely. Wei Inlay took a breath before explaining. According to our research, the quantum realm is indeed the way to reach the 10th level. He showed Wang Wei numerous data. So, what exactly is the quantum realm? Asked Wang Wei. A truly wonderful world, said Wei Inlay with bright eyes. It is a place where the laws of physique break down. The speed limit is no longer the speed of light. The temperature can go lower than absolute zero. However, this is not what makes it so wonderful. After the 7th level, genetic warriors can also break the laws of the physique. Please visit Panda, N0v1. The real wonder of the quantum realm is the fact concepts exist. Things like life and death are no longer a simple decay of the cells and consciousness, fate is no longer probability, and creation is no longer matter manipulation. They are tangible and observable concepts. Wang Wei squinted his eyes. So, how to become a 10th-level genetic warrior? Enter the quantum realm and use the high consciousness to absorb these concepts, elevating the body to a quantum life form or a higher dimensional creature, explained Wei Inlay. Then he sighed, full of regret. Unfortunately, this way is only theoretical. No one has ever succeeded? Why? Only a few people succeeded on the trip to the quantum realm, and the others died. However, even the one who succeeded could not find or touch on the concepts in that realm. Their high consciousness was not enough? Correct. Wang Wei nodded as he understood these people's souls were not enough to succeed, but he did not have this problem. Did the blood I gave you contain the concept from the quantum realm? Asked Wang Wei. Yes. One contained the power of destiny, and the other of slaughter, replied with fervor in his eyes. The being you gave us was a perfect mix of flesh and concept. Every single cell in its body contains them. Wei Enlei's eyes lit up. What's more, that creature was not limited by its flesh and blood. Concept in its body had its mark, meaning it could exist even if it lost flesh, blood, and high consciousness. Wang Wei squinted his eyes, controlling his emotions. How to get to the quantum realm? By shrinking myself? He asked. Yes, but that's only because of our primitive technology, explained Wei Inlay. The quantum realm is like a higher dimension, or maybe a space that exists between reality and spirituality. Unfortunately, only through shrinking can we get there, making the voyage extremely dangerous and requiring a certain level of body strength before succeeding. Wang Wei asked more questions until he understood everything. Then he ordered the two to prepare for him. He set up a time formation for the fate incarnation and had the latter swiftly reach the pinnacle of the 9th level. Finally, the incarnation used a very complicated-looking machine to enter the quantum realm. The process was smooth. However, the incarnation encountered trouble after entering. He felt a mysterious power wiping him out every second he spent inside. So, he had to use his meager strength to resist. Knowing the situation, the incarnation quickly searched for the fate concept and absorbed it. Unfortunately, he encountered another trouble. He could not refine it before the power of the quantum realm destroyed him. Luckily, the fate incarnation was prepared. The main body unsealed his soul and gave him a lot of spiritual power to use. With them, he rapidly absorbs the concept. The incarnation felt a sublimation of the body and self. Furthermore, he had a higher resistance to the power of the quantum realm. Unfortunately, he soon frowned. This is not enough, he muttered. My current power only equals the immortal venerable one leaf. Immediately, he knew what to do. He continued to absorb more concept, to sublimate himself. After an unknown amount of time, the incarnation felt his body sublimated to a new and indescribable level. Success, he muttered as his eyes lit up. Could I continue to absorb? Unfortunately, he did not have this thought for long as he sensed a terrifying will waking up. He frowned as he wondered what was with this change. However, he decided to play it safe as he did know the consequence of this will, so he used the method given to him by Wei Inlay to return. How is it? Asked Wang Wei when he saw the incarnation. The latter did not answer but released a powerful aura. Although brief, Wang Wei could tell this aura was enough to kill him. Excellent, he uttered. Let's not waste time and fuse. For safety reasons, he could do it inside this world in case Grand Dao appeared. The process was not smooth for one reason. The genetic warrior system was technically another cultivation path, so it was slightly incompatible with the origin system. Luckily, he faced this issue when creating the 8 Heterogeneity Foundation. Boom! A terrifying aura released from his body, cracking the formation he placed around. Wang Wei felt a sublimation as his power reached another level. I feel invincible. Is this the power of a great emperor? He suddenly felt the urge to destroy this entire world with one attack before recreating it. He immediately reins in his arrogance through his mighty Tao heart. "The changes to the mind are a little scary," he commented. With his Tao heart, he actually lost control of his power. "No matter what, I succeeded." Quantum Realms Mystery. Author note: thank you to JHCKY1254 for the super gift. As a reward, once the next volume starts, you guys will get at least 4 extra chapters each week. Inside the secret room, Wang Wei checked the changes in his body. His soul was purified, which was the first time he felt a genuine difference in it. His origin essence and divine C further expanded by an exponential factor. Wang Wei clenched his hand and felt his true power Tao also reach 19 Fiend God Force, an increase of 1. "I'll take whatever small increase I can get," he commented before checking his Tao tree. "Purple gold," he uttered. The entire thing had changed from the previous golden color to purple gold. It makes sense, given my deep understanding of the law. Pa, nd, a no v1, but now, after going beyond the 9 extremity foundation, he has broken this limitation. Wang Wei exhaled. After countless years, consistent effort, and numerous trials and tribulations, I've finally reached this step. After acquiring great emperor strength, he took a significant step in his cultivation. However, it was not enough. He was still immortal and had not escaped the shackles of life and death. "I wonder what the mystery of this quantum realm is and that mighty will," muttered Wang Wei, remembering his experience inside. Everything was dark, with only a few luminous spots, which were the concept. The entire realm gave him a sense of boundless, eternal, noble, and supreme. It felt like it was one of the modules of the universe similar to the river of time or the river of fate. Maybe a combination of all of them. Wang Wei suddenly remembered 2 quotes from his previous life: "All path leads to the same destination," and "The end of science is theology or goodhood." Science and technology and cultivation are different ways to achieve the same thing. Once science develops to a sufficient level, it will enter the domain of God, capable of achieving fantasy or unscientific things. Science has order. Water boils at a specific temperature and freezes at another, or an apple will fall after throwing into the air. The way the science universe operates is detailed and precise, as if it was designed as such. So, does the universe operate its order on its own, or is there something maintaining that order like Grand Tao? Wang Wei suddenly remembered that terrifying will waken up. Is that the science and technology world's version of Grand Tao? Interesting. Maybe this world is still useful. He decided to keep this world, despite the danger. In the future, he will provide them with the bodies of Empyreans and even Paragons to continue their research on the quantum realm. Maybe it will become useful one day. Then he focused on another thing. Since science and cultivation are different ways to achieve the same thing, what are they trying to achieve? What are their end goals? "Transcendence or detachment," muttered Wang Wei with bright eyes. He left his retreat and said a few words to Wu Feng and Wei Inlay before exiting. The first thing that popped into his mind was to brag to his wife. Although he still could not defeat her, he could still show up. Unfortunately, his face suddenly changed as soon as he exited the secret realm. A terrifying pressure came from the sky as a humongous eye suddenly manifested above the sky, gazing directly at him. Shit, Grand Tao. Wang Wei was incapable of moving, and his thinking became extremely low as the eyes looked at him. And he was not the only one. All the people of the Tao opening sect felt this way. Luckily, the eye was directed at Wang Wei, so they did not directly face its power. Meanwhile, Wang Wei felt powerless. All the excitement for achieving great emperor strength disappeared. A few seconds later, the eye disappeared, but black clouds appeared above the sky. Tribulations? No, that's divine punishment. He swiftly waved his hand to activate the sect's emperor formation to protect the disciples and elders. Bang! A dark lightning bolt fell from the sky, and Wang Wei punched it. Unfortunately, he vomited a mouthful of blood. Is this a tribulation, or is it trying to kill me? Well, it does matter. His fighting intent rose to the sky as he confronted the lightning and thunder. He fought for an entire week, reaching the verge of death numerous times. However, he never used the sex formation to help him. Finally, the clouds disappeared, and Wang Wei floated in the sky. Well, at least part of him. His lower body was gone, and he was missing his left arm. His face was full of blood, and most of his beautiful hair was burned. Please visit Panda, N0V1. Not bad, he commented. I should reach 20 Fiend God Force after this baptism. Then, he frowned as his soul was also injured. However, the real trouble was this lightning was not easy to remove, meaning he could not rely on his natural regeneration to return to his peak face. He muttered as some information entered his mind. Mortal Emperor? He knew he received the title of Mortal Emperor, with many capabilities, including an increase in luck, destiny, and time to become comprehend existence. Can my luck even increase? The answer he received was positive as he watched his rainbow-colored Chi luck dragon turn white, devoid of any color. That's interesting, he commented before focusing on other benefits. He could live up to 9 Yuan Epic and had one more life after proving the Tao. 9 Supremacy Foundation? Why do I feel something's wrong? He frowned before making a divination to discover the truth of the universe. Then he saw auspicious signs floating on the western continent about 200 years ago. Although the divination appeared useless, he frowned as his mind worked rapidly. Did Di Tian achieve 10 supremacy as well? He already theorized this was possible after seeing the latter's reservation when meeting him. Assuming that's true, why did he receive auspicious signs, and I almost die through a tribulation? Is it because I used a taboo, and he used an acceptable method? Wait, how did he do it in the first place? That's not important for now, so let's focus. His mind continued to work as he calculated infinite possibilities. There is another possibility. He was the first to achieve 10 supremacy, and Grand Tao rewarded him. As for my tribulation, it's most likely because I was second and because I used a taboo. Wang Wei believed Grand Tao sensed the presence of another mortal emperor, but it could not determine how he achieved this state. So, it checked Wang Wei and realized he used a taboo. I never believed I could hide the science and technology world from a being like Grand Tao. The best explanation for my current situation is whatever means Hongjun used gave me a unique status, the status that I was worthy of intervening in things like taboo to a certain extent. By that train of thought, Grand Tao discovered he used a taboo to become a mortal emperor, so it gave him a punishment or a trial for his discretion. In the future, people who become mortal emperor will have to undergo tribulation, but it won't be as bad as Wang Wei's situation. Come with me, suddenly said a melodious voice. Elder Sword, muttered Wang Wei before opening a portal and leaving. Soon, he saw Sword 1 and Origin 1 waiting for him with an elderly man with sage-like features and a faint smell of medicine. Elder Dan, saluted Wang Wei with his head. Sect Master, there is no need for pleasantries with your current state, said the elderly man with deep respect in his voice. You only need to relax, and I'll fix you. Thank you. It is my honor, replied Elder Dan with worship in his eyes. He had witnessed a miracle, a mortal with the power of a great emperor. No one would believe such a thing, but he experienced it with his own eyes. Better yet, he will heal such a legend. Despite living for so long, Elder Dan could not control his emotions for a while, and only after hearing Sword 1's soft cough that he immediately healed Wang Wei's injuries. With a wave of his hand, a green light full of life and vitality appeared in his hand. He infused it into Wang Wei's head, healing his cracked skull and regrowing his brain. The previous Wang Wei could never bear such a tremendous amount of energy. But it was different now. Then he slowly regrew Wang Wei's fleshly body and refilled his divine Qi. He even healed Wang Wei's primordial spirit. Wang Wei's law altar and Tao tree contained the power of nothingness, so it survived in the void. This saved him from recultivating and condensing it again. The entire process took them 3 days. It took so much energy, commented Elder Tao with bright eyes. I've healed some of your hidden injuries in the process. Thank you, nodded Wang Wei. As a body refiner, It's normal to have hidden injuries in the process of destroying and reconstructing the flesh. You should show your face to disciples outside, said Origin 1. There are already rumors you're dead. You need to stabilize the situation before people start panicking. Too many people place their hopes and dreams on Wang Wei's rise. So, even rumors of his death made many people nervous and panicked. So, he nodded before asking, I forgot to hide my aura during the tribulation. Wang Wei wanted to hide his strength to prevent trouble. Di Tian should figure out his breakthrough after learning of his tribulation. However, he was more worried that the other factions would become desperate once they learned about his emperor's strength. Don't worry. We hid your aura and placed a ban on the sect. No one can leave or enter until the final battle, replied Sword One, who also understood the horror of people who were desperate. That's good. Wang Wei was too occupied with the tribulation, so he did not have time to be so careful. All right, I'll go appease the sect. He left the sect to prepare a small event with the disciples to show them he was healthy and alive. And I edited the previous 2 chapters, especially the one labeled 10 Supremacy, adding a lot of detail and information to the point everything is now different. So, please reread them to not miss important information. Should we tell him? Asked the steward, who suddenly appeared next to Origin 1 and Sword 1. No, replied Origin 1. But we finally see hope. What if he fails because of such a small thing? Then he fails, added Sword 1, with a calm demeanor. If he cannot overcome this tribulation, then his destiny is not enough to become an emperor. Isn't our existence to protect him from things like this? He argued, feeling unwilling. Our actions will be considered interfering if we told him, added Origin 1. I'm sure we can pay the price. The steward did not want such a legendary character as the sect master to die even though they could have prevented it. Sword 1 and Origin 1 remained quiet for a few seconds. Indeed, Wang Wei's recent monumental achievement was worth it for them to take the risk. Have you guys forgotten the founder's 2 primary teachings? Suddenly said Hell Judgment. Be cruel when cultivating geniuses and let things take their course, muttered Sword 1. Because of these rules, they had to hide the method of condensing the 3 flowers on the crown and only allow their sects heaven-chosen to cultivate it after experiencing their Tao foundation being broken. And according to the founder, they can artificially create an event that leads to such destruction. This meant these ancestors would have found a way for Wang Tian and Wang Wei to experience having their Tao foundation broken. The second teaching was the main reason the Tao opening sect is usually low-key when doing things. It's also the reason they have not broken the 9 Emperor curse. Otherwise, if they decided to cultivate an emperor at all costs, Heavenly Tao would not be able to stop them. However, Qiyuan warned them about letting destiny take its course regarding certain things. Otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. Judgment is right, said Origin 1. We will not intervene and let him deal with the situation himself. After dealing with the sect's disciples, Wang Wei visited his parents. He saw his father look at him with excitement, pride, satisfaction, and many other emotions. You really succeeded? Asked Wang Tun. I did. Good, good, good. Who cares about these things? Said Yu Yen as she rushed to hold her son. How are you? Are you still injured? Are you in pain? I'm fine. Elder Dan fixed me better than ever. That's good, nodded Yu Yen in relief. Then she gritted her teeth. Damn Heavenly Tao. How dare it strike my son? Heavenly Tao? I thought your relationship had improved after becoming an Era son, added Wang Tian, shaking his head. Wang Wei frowned as he thought of something. He used his divine sense to contact his ancestors and secretly read the mind of a few disciples. So, that's how it is. The mortals saw Heavenly Tao, and the immortals saw true Heavenly Tao. I guess maybe only me and Wu Hong saw Grand Tao. Wang Wei did not think this was a coincidence or that these people could not recognize the eye of Grand Tao. As a near omnipresent being, anyone will immediately recognize Grand Tao after laying eyes on it. Maybe even the 2 sons did not detect its presence, thought Wang Wei with envy. He was jealous of Grand Tao's power. One day, he'll be able to stand toe-to-toe with it and even transcend it. He spent some time with his family before returning to meet his ancestors. Wang Wei wanted to test his power with an insurgent on par with a third-class emperor. "Are you Supreme Elder Wang Lin?" asked Wang Wei, looking at the elderly man dressed in all black before him. Technically speaking, all the ancestors hold the position or title of Supreme Elder. However, because there were no true monarchs and quasi-emperors in the previous generation, Wang Chang's generation became Supreme Elders, and Sword One became ancestors. "Sect Master, please," saluted Wang Lin with great respect. "We will start with 5 root strength before raising our power to 3rd class." Wang Wei wanted to use this training to get acquainted with his strength. While fighting the tribulation, he discovered he did not have absolute control of his power as he once had. "As you wish." Bang, bang, bang. Wang Wei fought with all his efforts against Wang Lin, using all his powers to the best of his abilities. During this fight, he rapidly adapted to his newfound strength. He spent the next month constantly fighting and adapting. "Supreme Elder Wang, what do you think of my power?" asked Wang Wei. "Your soul quantity and purity reached the emperor level. Your origin essence was elevated to the level of close to insurgent qi. Although your body did not reach the emperor level, you can still use the cooperation of essence, qi, and spirit to support high-level battles. Finally, your law reached the level of Dao Ancestors' Grand Source Dao. Dao Ancestors can borrow the power of the Grand Dao Source, so it made sense his law reached their levels." However, Wang Wei frowned. "Is there something?" asked Wang Lin. "Please visit Panda, N0V1. No, nothing," replied Wang Wei. "I wonder how you became an insurgent?" "During this month, he tried to figure it out but was unsuccessful. I had a fortunate encounter and fused my inner world with a special chaos talisman." "It seems you're a man of great fortune." "Maybe." Punten 0v1. C0M, no, I can fight emperors with 9%. "You only use 5% in our battle, right?" "That's correct." "Alright, I want to experience the power of 6%. Wang Lin immediately hesitated. "I only want to experience the difference." "Okay." Wang Wei gathered all his strength. Furthermore, his state reached its peak. Bang! He crashed on the ground on the verge of death. "What does this scene look familiar?" he muttered with a wry smile. One palm. He lost with one palm. And he could tell the Supreme Elder was not trying to kill him. Otherwise, he would be in a worse situation. The difference 1% is so vast. He sighed. He activated his regeneration and said, "Let's try again. This time, I will use an Emperor artifact." With his current strength, he could use more power from the artifact. As such, he barely survived the battle with 6% Grand Dao Source. However, Wang Wei was not happy about this achievement since Wang Lin did not use an Emperor artifact or any weapons for that matter. Furthermore, the latter was not trying to kill him and had many reservations. Then, he tried different methods of fighting higher percentages. Wang Wei used more than one artifact, using the resonance between them to utilize more power. He burned his fleshly body, energy, soul, and lifespan to increase his battle prowess. He even used his willpower to the best of his ability. With all these methods, he gathered enough data on the battle prowess of the third-class emperor. Of course, he had to make multiple visits to Elder Dan due to his madness. Luckily, the latter did not mind and seemed excited to heal him. Finally, Wang Wei left to see his beautiful wife. "Wife, I'm home," he yelled. "Lower your voice," said Wu Hong. "Don't you know your current status?" "Who cares?" replied Wang Wei as he embraced her. Wu Hong looked him up and down. "You actually succeeded?" "I did. But why do you sound like you were not confident in me?" "I knew you would succeed, but I thought your science and technology method would have failed, and you would have to find another way." Wu Hong was proud of her man and knew he had the intelligence, ingenuity, and resources to succeed in anything he placed his mind to, even if it was something that no one had ever achieved before. "I had a few plan Bs if this method failed. But now that I think about it, the chances of succeeding were minimal," replied Wang Wei. One of his plans B was to use the insurgents and an emperor formation to access the Grand Dao Source and experience an earlier baptism. He wanted to use the power of the Grand Tao Source to break his limit. However, a module like the Grand Tao Source is challengingly more strict than a place like the Quantum Realm. So, there is a high chance it would stop him and even lower divine punishment. "Tell me your experience," said Wu Hong. Then, Wang Wei explained to her everything that had occurred. Truly a wonderful experience. The Quantum Realm seemed to have many secrets. "It's a good idea to keep the world for the future," commented Wu Hong. "Indeed. But you should also be careful. You don't know the objective of this Hong Jun, nor whether his protection will last forever." "You make another good point," nodded Wang Wei. "As long as you know. By the way, why do I feel you have some concern about your strength?" "You caught that?" "You're right," said Wang Wei. "Ever since I made the breakthrough, I felt something was wrong. I felt like I was flawed." "Flaw? Do you think there is a problem because you used a taboo?" "No. Maybe flawed is the wrong word," added Wang Wei as he paused for a moment. "A better way to explain would be, I'm missing something." "What are you missing?" "That's the thing. I can't think of it. I feel like the answer is on the tip of my tongue, but I cannot think of it." Chapter 743. Wu Hong frowned. Wang Wei's current situation was new territory for her. After all, no one had ever achieved 10 Supremacy Foundation before this generation. So, she had nothing to reference. Her vast knowledge and experience were not helpful in the current situation. "I think I'm having my first cultivation bottleneck," Wang Wei said with a frown, slightly annoyed he could not figure out what he lacked, especially since the thing seemed in the back of his mind. Most cultivators will experience bottlenecks in their lives. It often prevents even the most brilliant heaven-chosen from reaching a higher realm or cultivating some magical technique. The worst thing about bottlenecks is that the most stupid reasons could prevent cultivators from succeeding at their cultivation. For example, what Wang Wei is missing could be something extremely obvious or obscure, like one specific memory he experienced back on Earth. If it's a bottleneck, there are two ways to deal with it: slowly grind and succeed through time, or wait for a moment of enlightenment. In your situation, you have to use the second method. "You're right, especially since I don't have much time," replied Wang Wei as he took his entrance token for the Heavenly battle. While testing his strength, he received the news from Heavenly Tao that the final battle was only 500 years from now. "Let's go on a vacation with just the two of us," said Wu Hong. "You can calm down and refresh your mind. With such a state of mind, you have a higher chance of becoming enlightened and dealing with your bottleneck." "That's a good idea. Let me deal with a few things before leaving." "Okay. I suddenly remember I have a few things to ask you. Firstly, do you know how Di Tian achieved his mortal emperor status?" "My guess is he used a limit breaker." "What a cool name," commented Wang Wei. "The name tells me what it does, but can you be more specific?" "Limit breaker is a rare primordial chaos treasure often fought for by paragons and fiend gods. Fiend gods often use it to break through the limit of their bloodlines, while paragons use it to break through the limit of their talent, soul, or even Grand Tao Source." "You can break the limit of Grand Tao Source?" "It's not as grandiose as it sounds," added Wu Hong. "After reaching the peak of 100% Grand Tao Source, it's impossible to increase strength unless a person cultivates the true Power Tao realm, using a powerful artifact or cultivating unique techniques. With the limit breaker, a peak paragon can increase the strength of their Grand Tao Source. Such a treasure would greatly benefit someone like you." "Indeed," replied Wu Hong. "She is the kind of paragons who truly reach the peak of power in the world, with no signs or possibility of improvement." "I tried to get my hands on a limit breaker, but I never succeeded." "So, it's that rare?" "Yes." "Then, how did Di Tian gets his hand on one?" "I think he receives Empyrean 9 Pillars legacy," replied Wu Hong. She once searched all types of information about the limit breaker. And the result was the last person in the Eternal Ascension world to have a limit breaker was Empyrean 9 Pillar. So, she searched through the river of time for information about the latter. However, after her research, Wu Hong learned this rumor was most likely spread by 9 Pillars' enemy to use outside aid to kill him. Furthermore, Empyrean Nine Pillar disappeared and was most likely dead. Empyrean Nine Pillar? A very talented individual, even compared to me. However, he was obsessed with reaching the so-called 10 Supremacy Foundation and dedicating countless yuan epics to researching it. If luck were not against him, he probably would have survived. Lucky bastard, said Wang Wei with gritted teeth. He created an entire world of science and technology, got involved in another taboo, created or inspired another cultivation path, and spent millions of years cultivating talented scientists and developing technology. Only then did he succeed, but Di Tian was lucky to find someone who did all the work for him. Life is unfair, you should know this by now, reassured Wu Hong. Whatever, exhaled Wang Wei. Do you know about my white luck? Paragon's luck, she said calmly. I have the luck of a paragon? Becoming a paragon is not as simple as you think, added Wu Hong. You need a paragon soul, 90% grand Dao source, Dao heart, paragon luck, destiny, and other things. So, many people in the eternal ascension world will find ways to increase their luck and gather enough destiny before breaking through. I see. So, I don't have to worry about luck to become a paragon? You are an era, son. As long as you accomplish whatever destiny Heavenly Dao gave you, your luck will turn half or completely white. It depends on how well the destiny is accomplished. Please visit Panda, N0V1. Yes, nodded Wu Hong before suddenly remembering something. Didn't your ancestor tells you information about all the cultivation realm? Why are you asking me? They sealed all information about Empyrean and above to not influence me, he replied, shaking his head. I'm guessing it will be removed after I prove the Dao. That's not necessarily a bad thing. With your personality, you would probably be planning and worrying about your breakthrough into the Paragon realm while you're still a little mortal. Mortality, huh? Muttered Wang Wei. In the eye of these big shots, his intelligence, wit, cunningness, wisdom, tactical mind, and talent means nothing if he cannot prove the Dao. Ultimately, he will always be a mortal with a short lifespan, stuck in the cycle of reincarnation. If he does not escape the shackles of death, his memories will be wiped out after countless reincarnations, losing his true self and becoming someone else. Is this the power of reincarnation? The immortal essence of Immortal Tier Powerhouse is not only their infinite lifespan but also their true self. No matter how many reincarnations they experience, they will never lose their memories or become someone else. Their memories might be temporarily sealed, but once they awaken their memories, they will instantly return to their old self. Wang Wei raised his hand to manifest his samsara Dao. If the power of reincarnation is strong enough, could I kill the true self of an immortal? Wang Wei's eyes brightened as he developed the prototype of a new technique. Then he exhaled, feeling his mind refresh. Your 10 Supremacy Foundation is not as simple as I thought, commented Wu Hong with surprise in her eyes. Panda, and Ewan, your true self-enlightenment is part of the existence you have to understand to become an everlasting Empyrean. Yet, you've caught a glimpse into it while still being a mortal and skipping the eternal emperor aspect. Is that so? Well, you should already know how awesome I was. Wang Wei guessed the 10 Supremacy Foundation involved the concept of breaking limits, including the fact people cannot comprehend existence on their own. Of course, he knew there must limit to this ability. It seems that part of the power of your Paragon soul has been activated after you became a mortal emperor, she added with jealousy. She is a genius born with unparalleled comprehension. However, to reach the level of a Paragon soul, she had to consume countless unique and powerful heaven and earth treasures. But this bastard was born with such a talent. Well, I know he technically earned it, but I'm still mad, thought Wu Hong before suddenly biting him. Oh, why did you do that for? Because I felt like it. Wang Wei was speechless but was then distracted by something. Her teeth easily broke his mighty skin. What if one day, while doing our night activities, she accidentally bites? Wouldn't I suffer? He trembled with fear as he imagined that scene. He would not survive such a situation even with his willpower. You're thinking something stupid again? She asked with flaring anger in her eyes. Wife, you cannot accuse me of things I did not do, said Wang Wei with a flattering smile. By the way, I always wanted to ask, have you ever fought the Sword Empress? If so, who won? Wu Hong gave him a look, knowing he was trying to change the subject and appease her anger. We fought once. I won by a small margin. Oh, my ancestor is so powerful? Her attacks are unparalleled. Why do I feel a but coming? The battle was only a competition, added Wu Hong. In a life and death battle, she won't survive long in my hands. Because of her weak body? Yes. If I want to kill her by exchanging injuries for injuries, I will win and she will die. She had the utmost confidence in that statement. But now she will temper her body, presumably become an inextinguishable paragon. How can you defeat her now? I will be fine. There are differences between inextinguishable paragons. However, this is not the primary reason for her confidence. Although Yen Ai will reach the final realm of Sword Dao after tempering her main body also has her opportunity. After her injury and falling down in cultivation realm, she will take this opportunity to reinforce her foundation. So, once Sword Empress returned to her peak, her strength would only be on par with the main body, if not still a little weaker. Plus, I have the perfect foundation, Wu Hong thought, full of confidence. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 744. And, it's later, and I'm sleepy. So, the chapter is not edited and should have more grammar mistakes than usual. Sorry, I'll edit it later. I see this is your main body. Did you finish your retreat? Asked Wang Wei. Yes, nodded Wu Hong with shining eyes. However, they quickly dimmed as worry felt her eyes. What's wrong? Is the method not feasible? Wu Hong paused for a moment before waving her hands to seal the surroundings. Then she talked to him only through divine sense. I did finish the method of casting a perfect foundation. Well, a better name for it would be transcendent foundation. You mean it can help people become detached? Asked Wang Wei with shock. He only thought this method would drastically increase his strength, make his cultivation path smoother, and maybe allow him to intervene in the perfection taboo. It's not as heaven-defying as you think. It only increases a person's chance of becoming half-step detachment by a few %. Even then, it's still a technique that could cause chaos and disaster in the entire chaos universe. Wang Wei knew his Wu Hong, Sword Empress, Qiyuan, and many of his ancestors were peerless talents who reached the pinnacle of the universe. Yet, none of them could find a path forward to transcendence. Finally, Qiyuan planned a heaven-shaking plan to gather the luck and power of sentient beings to summon the ultimate taboo, giving the entire universe a chance or path toward detachment. But even then, he still technically failed even though countless half-step transcendent beings suddenly appeared in the universe. And, half-step detach will now be referred to as half-step transcendent. I like the name better. But this, Transcendent Dao Foundation technique, could increase the probability of someone reaching this realm pursued by countless paragons, fiend gods, Dao monarchs, and even immortal king. Wang Wei took a moment to inhale and exhaled, calming down. So, what exactly is this method? How does it work? Grand Dao forbids the existence of perfection because only transcendents are perfect. You can say the process of becoming detached is a process of becoming the perfect being. Wang Wei frowned. I always felt Grand Dao wanted more powerful beings to appear in the universe, including transcendence. Was I wrong? He could not think why perfection would become taboo if Grand Dao wanted all sentient beings to reach higher realms. You're correct, hence why the perfection taboo is divided into mortal and perfection, allowing people to slowly study this taboo. However, how could becoming transcendent be so easy? So, the process of becoming transcendent is a hell-level copy, but by making perfection a taboo, Grand Dao elevated it to nightmare level. According to the game analogy he used to understand the cultivation world, players began their journey with the mortal copy, where their objective is to reach the peak of mortality or the quasi-emperor realm. The copy has different maps, Great Thousand World or Heaven Will World, and based on the maps and the player's luck, the mortal copy has different levels of difficulty. But as their level, cultivation, rises, the difficulty will also increase. Afterward, it is the immortal copy where they have to become eternal by proving the Tao. Once that copy is finished, they have to change the setting, Eternal Ascension World. The end of the immortal copy is the highest level, Paragon Realm. Finally, it's the transcendent copy, where they have to go beyond the level ceiling of the game. Unfortunately, the game master or artificial intelligence, Grand Tao, who controls the game raised the difficulty of the transcendent copy from hell difficulty to the nightmare level by making perfection a taboo. Wu Hong was momentarily speechless as this was the perfect analogy to summarize the situation. You can think of it that way, she replied. Wang Wei nodded. Can you briefly describe this technique? I used the 3-flower condensing method to sublimate the Tao foundation to a sense of perfection, she explained. Upon success, your 3 flowers should reach the 0 level. She succeeded so quickly because she remembered how he complained about going beyond the first level flower and thought of using this method as the foundation for her research. Is there something wrong with your method? Asked Wang Wei, remembering her worried look. Yes, nodded Wu Hong. Grand Tao will not allow someone to easily condense such a foundation, and most likely will directly kill you or lower a tribulation even worse than the Supreme Outlaw Trial. Wang Wei shuddered thinking about these words. He almost died during the Supreme Outlaw Trial, so he could not imagine how terrible the Perfection Trial would be. Could we condense the Transcendent Foundation in a place where Grand Tao's power does not exist or is weakened? That's the only way to deal with this problem, replied Wu Hong. However, the places that fit these criteria are few, and most are forbidden lands in primordial chaos. They are as dangerous as Grand Tao itself. Wang Wei frowned. With the Eternal Ascension's current situation, we will have to deal with the parasites before searching for these places. No, even if they were not present, I would need to reach a high enough cultivation realm to enter these forbidden lands. He looked at his wife. Do we have to postpone cultivating the technique? Please visit Panda, N0V1. Ko, and Wu Hong did not answer him for a moment before looking into his eyes. Do you trust me? With my life, he replied without hesitation and with a brilliant smile. After completing the technique, a sudden message popped into my mind. We need to enter the dark truth to establish the perfect foundation? Dark truth? What's that? Another taboo, replied Wu Hong. It's a fog that has existed since the beginning of the Chaos Universe, and even Grand Tao cannot get rid of it. It can be found throughout countless normal and chaos worlds. Typically, the fog will only remain in these worlds with no purpose. However, once someone enters, they will suffer 3 fates: die, nothing happens, or be blessed by the fog with treasures, cultivation techniques, increases in talent, and many more. Why is that? That's the mystery of the fog. No one knows the criteria which decide whether someone will be blessed and die. You said the fog normally remains peaceful. What about other times? It will destroy everything in its path. And it did not matter how many paragons or fiend gods tried to stop it, they all died. I believe even half-step transcendent like Mithria is only bigger ants before the dark truth. Wang Wei frowned, calming down to analyze the situation. Does our world has a dark truth? Yes, at the extremity C at the end of the endless void. In that case, I will set foot in the dark truth after proving the Tao to set up the perfect foundation. Are you sure? Asked Wu Hong, worry oozing out of every pore of her body. You could die. Or, I will succeed, he countered with a smile. I have long understood that certain things do not require logic, calculations, or intelligence. They need a leap of faith. Since I trust, I will take that leap. Wu Hong sighed before putting her head on his chest. Good. Anyway, there are advantages to using the dark truth instead of the others. Oh. Resources. According to my calculations, the Transcendent Tao Foundation requires numerous materials, some of which are as rare as the limit breaker. But if nothing unexpected occurs, the fog should grant you these materials. More reason to use it, commented Wang Wei. Maybe, muttered Wu Hong, lost in thought. She was worried about Wang Wei's safety, but there was nothing she could do. However, her other worry was her main body. Will she also take a leap of faith? Very unlikely. She groaned. Whatever, let nature take its course. I will go prepare before we go on our vacations. Okay. Wang Wei left the manor as he summoned Wang Ju to Tianwei Peak. He wanted to deal with the sect's affairs while being updated on the things that had occurred since his seclusion. According to his calculation, 225,000 years passed, and with the 10 times time acceleration formation he set, he experienced over 2 million years. However, the time he spent more than 730 million years comprehending the laws, tempering his body, and so on. My primordial spirit allows me to divide my mind into trillions, drastically increasing my comprehension. So, I spend at least a few trillion comprehending the law. No wonder my Tao tree turned purple gold, pondered Wang Wei, realizing how awesome and broken he was. Pand A, N0V1. Calm Wang Wei looked in the distance as he noticed something with his divine sense. Why are there so many alchemists at the foot of the mountain? The main city of the sect, located at the foot of the mountain, contained an abnormal amount of alchemist or pill refiner. Could it be? He muttered as he thought of something. The power of fate flashed in his eyes. Liling became the first pill refiner to create an immortal pill, and Heavenly Tao rewarded her with immense merit. Then, countless alchemists from all 5 continents came to worship the sect. They wanted to see her, worship her as a master, or learn from her. Not bad. She did not shame her status as my little sister. Wang Wei then flew to Tianwei Peak. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Wang Wei flew to Tianwei Peak as he waited for Wang Ju. He took this moment of quiet to think about the dark truth and the previous conversation he had with Wu Hong. Panda, NOV, E1. There have been countless geniuses thought the chaos universe, including people like him, who are Tao overlords, born with paragon souls, cultivated 9 extremity foundation, or even a combination of the 3. Wang Wei knew he had 3 advantages over others: his recent 10 supremacy foundation, his willpower, and the knowledge from Earth, which is another civilization. The 10 supremacy foundation should only help me until the Empyrean realm. My willpower and sealed spiritual power until the Paragon realm, and finally, my greatest advantage should be Earth. Wang Wei has read many stories about how many protagonists reach transcendence, and he can use them as references. Although there is a high chance these methods are nonsense or pure fantasy, it does not matter. The power of cultivation allowed people to turn fantasy into reality and nonsense into truth. So, after reaching the peak of Paragon Realm, he can try all these nonsense ideas one by one. After all, he will be immortal and has an infinite lifespan to try them all. Regardless, his Earth advantage is not as absolute as he would like, since there are others. First, there is the human emperor, who is very likely to be the first emperor of China, the ruler of the Qin dynasty, Qin Shi Huang. Furthermore, Wang Wei believes he was not the only one Hongjun reincarnated. Even worse, there is a high chance he was in an accident and was not part of the latter's original plan. So, the danger of the dark truth is worth the risk to increase my chances at transcendence, pondered Wang Wei. Furthermore, there might be no danger at all. The idea of using the dark truth would not appear in her mind for no reason. So, there is a high chance future me or future her sent the information, planning across space-time, he pondered, deep in thought. I should also consider the possibility my future enemy is calculating me across time. But if my future self cannot prevent such a method, he's a waste. Wang Wei suddenly groaned. He did not like that his future self was planning his current self. If he had the power, he would revolt against his future self. The ancients did not deceive me when they said weakness was a sin, he muttered with a sigh. Then, he chuckled as he realized his future self was speechless right as he realized his younger self wanted to rebel. His mood improved after thinking about this as he relaxed. Wang Ju is late. Did something happen? He thought as he looked at the time. Since she did not ask for help, it must be something minor. So, Wang Wei took this time to further analyze his 10 Supremacy Foundation. He felt there might be more mysteries to unravel. I wonder whether there will one day be 11 Hegemony Foundation or 12 Ultimate Foundation. Well, the names need some work. He theorized whether these two foundations would require a mortal to have Empyrean and Paragon strength. That would be terrifying and probably impossible. Most like, 11 Hegemony Foundation would require second-class Emperor strength, and 12 Ultimate Foundation would require first-class strength. And if there is a 13 Transcendent Foundation, it would require eternal level power. Wang Wei shook his head as those requirements were also crazy, especially knowing the vast strength difference between each class. He could not fathom what it would take for a mortal to meet these requirements. As for himself, he only pondered briefly about these foundations before giving up. There were only 500 years before the heaven will battle. Furthermore, he has yet to discover the missing link to his 10 Supremacy Foundation, let alone have any ideas on higher ones. So, he shook his head to remove these ideas from his mind. Wang Wei waved his hand to manifest his fate palaces. Oddly, there were not 9 but 10. Unfortunately, the last one was transparent and not completely condensed. I previously thought the fate palaces would be useless after proving the Tao, he thought. I planned to see if I could create a few unique techniques using them. However, after seeing the 10th one, my intuition tells me they will be extremely vital to me in the future. His intuition told him after condensing the 12th palaces, most likely after becoming a paragon, something magical would happen, and the true brilliance of these fate palaces will manifest. Sect Master, I apologize for my tardiness. Wang Wei put away his palaces before gazing at the kneeling Wang Ju. Get up. Thank you. What happened? The traitors tried to use the increasing number of alchemists to infiltrate the sect. I was hunting down their people. Did you get any information or capture anyone? Unfortunately, no. They committed suicide as soon as I was about to catch them. Please visit Panda, N0V1. I see. Well, forget them for now, replied Wang Wei. Did anything change with your strength after my retreat? No, I still retain the peak 7-leaf battle prowess, explained Wang Ju. However, I discovered I could enter a special state where my strength reached the Tao ancestor level. However, the state will not last long and place a severe burden on my body afterward. As expected, Heavenly Tao or Grand Tao nerfed the technique, muttered Wang Wei to himself. I guess it's better than nothing. Then he asked Wang Ju, tell me the important information that happened during the past 200,000 years. Yes. Firstly, the Tao burial ground disappeared right before you entered seclusion. Wang Wei nodded as he remembered hearing this news. However, he was dealing with Di Tian, followed by the Spirit Genesis sect, so he did not pay too much attention. I have tried to investigate the cause of this disappearance, but nothing has been found after so many years. That's fine. Anything else? Wang Wei did not care about these rats since he could find them any time after becoming an emperor. Wu Meng from the Origin Rune Palace hunted down someone with an entrance token. He has hinted that he has no desire to compete in the final battle and wants to become our ally. According to our analysis, there is a 70% chance he's telling the truth and a 30% chance he's lying and want to backstab us. I see. Continue. Many sealed heaven chosens have awakened and hunted these weak individuals with entrance token. These wastes, muttered Wang Wei. I saved them and placed karma on them for nothing. He looked in the distance as he sensed the disappearing karma threads. With a flick of his fingers, he placed these threads on these people's descendants, families, and loved ones. As for the ones who were true loners, he plans to pass the debts to their factions after he becomes an emperor and is more powerful. What else? We have infiltrated deep into this world's branch of the corpse-selling sect. Oh, what happened? Asked Wang Wei with intrigue. Wang Ju explained how she used the conflict between Wang Wei and Yu Zhou, who wanted a new body, to justifiably attack the corpse-selling sect. Then, in the chaos, she sent more of her Fate Shadow Guard to infiltrate the sect. Excellent work, said Wang Wei, genuinely surprised. He did not think Wang Ju was this capable. Do you want any reward? Sect master's praise is more than enough, replied Wang Ju, who spoke from the heart. As the sect master's shadows, she did not lack any resources or power. However, she feared her work would not be satisfactory, so she was more than happy with these words of praise. If you say so, nodded Wang Wei, not any sting. Anything else, or is this the end? No, the most significant event in the past few years is Feng Heng becoming a traitor to the Tai Profound Gate. They denounced his status as the next heir and even hunted him down. The event shocked the world because many immortal tier powerhouses and even insurgents betrayed the sect with Feng Heng. So, he was found out in the end? Commented Wang Wei with a frown. How was our situation? The Profound Gate discovered many of our upper-level spies and killed them. Only a few escaped. This Feng Heng is becoming a pain in the ass and a terrible associate, groaned Wang Wei. It was because of his people that Feng Heng was not discovered sooner. But now all his work seemed in vain. Whatever. I've done my part to repay my karma with Buddhism, he added. Do we still have people inside? Yes, but they are few in between. That's more than enough. What happened to Feng Heng? He disappeared and no one can find him, replied Wang Ju. I guess he is hiding inside the Western Pure Land. Sect Master, do you want to contact him? No, leave him alone. In the current situation, he needs us more than we need him. Immortal Runes. Jian Wushuang is now completely healed, said Wang Ju. However, it seems he has no desire to compete in this generation. It makes sense. He lost too much time and is way behind the others. Furthermore, it will not be easy to heal such a broken Dao heart, commented Wang Wei. Did anything happen to the Spirit Genesis sect? Or are people in the Commerce Hub and Otherworld communities? No, everything has been peaceful recently. We now have a stable foothold in the Commerce Hub. However, the other groups do not want us to reach the core of power, so they've restricted our actions. It doesn't matter. With a stable foothold, I can overthrow the entire table and forcefully take over, said Wang Wei with a sneer, revealing his late-stage capitalist mentality. Anything else? The last thing to report is there have been 3 auspicious signs in the past 200,000 years. One was from Great Elder Yen Liling, the other from the D clan and the Great Talisman City. Tong Ruobing? What has she been to? She made an immortal talisman, said a beautiful voice. Wang Wei looked over and saw Yen Liling walking in the hall. Oh, so a similar situation must have happened with talisman masters all over the world. Yen Liling shook his head. The Great Talisman City refused to acknowledge the truth. They most likely want Tong Ruobing to keep the news as a surprise in the final battle. Is that so? Muttered. This generation is truly a glorious age. 2 talents who achieved something all professions have been a pursuit for countless eras. Indeed. What's wrong? Asked Wang Wei, who felt her voice contained some weird emotions. I used the special array from the ancestors to condense immortal qi to make the immortal pill. Although I had to design the formula and divine runes, the most significant reason for my success was the immortal qi. My method is not universal, hence the reason I have not made it public to gather merit. However, Tong Ruobing should not have access to that array. And having an immortal venerable gather immortal qi for her is not enough to create an immortal tier talisman. Wang Wei gave her a weird look as he guessed the strange emotion was envy and competitive nature. Yen Liling did not want to lose to Tong Ruobing in her achievement. Our spies gathered some scattered aura when her immortal talisman underwent tribulation, continued Yen Liling as she handed him a talisman. Over the years, I have theorized how she made the talisman, but I wanted your opinion to confirm. Wang Wei used his divine sense to sense the aura from the talisman. There is a small aura similar to Emperor artifact. Although it was faint, he could detect it. Her method is probably similar to how most Emperor creates an artifact. She made a talisman embryo before borrowing the power of an Emperor artifact to elevate from the quasi-Emperor tier to the immortal tier. That's what I thought, said Yen Liling with squinted eyes. Tong Ruobing is truly a talent, commented Wang Wei with admiration. After learning some of his ideas from Wu Meng, she seemed to have opened her mind and begun to think from outside of the box. In other words, she was not limited by the thinking logic of the people of this world. She's not better than me, said Yen Liling. Oh, did you think of countermeasures to make your method more universal? Yes, replied Yen Liling. I've begun the study of immortal runes. The purpose of these runes is to turn innate qi into immortal qi so that all professions can create immortal tier creations. Ambitious, said Wang Wei with brilliant eyes. Although less than 5 people in each generation will have the talent to portray these immortal runes, the creation of such a system is enough to grant you the title of Dan Ancestor. Wang Wei's statistics were wrong. It would be a blessing to have someone in every 5 generations have the talent to use immortal runes. However, if his new era is as brilliant as he envisioned, the myriad emperor world's destiny will drastically increase, thus giving birth to more geniuses every generation. Regardless, he was right about Yen Liling's capability of receiving the title of Dan Ancestors, as her immortal runes are not less of an accomplishment than the Danyuan Emperor's creation of divine runes. To be honest, I have even bigger hopes for the immortal runes, said Yen Liling with a smile. Oh, do tell, replied Wang Wei. He was quite intrigued. I hope the immortal runes could resonate with the source qi space and summon immortal qi to temper the pills. Wang Wei squinted his eyes. What do you think? Is it feasible? I don't know, he said with a sigh. In the upper dimension, it's normal for quasi-emperors to find ways to become immortal venerable or Dao ancestors without the aid of a great emperor. However, things are different in the lower dimension. And since your immortal runes involved immortal qi, true heavenly Dao might not allow it to happen. Please visit Panda, N0V1. But I should have a chance, right? Continued Yen Liling. True heavenly Dao has become less strict because of the current situation. Furthermore, you told us the Pursuing Longevity world has an immortal source, so it's not immortal qi is completely banned in the lower dimension. I never thought it would. As long as I have a chance, I would pursue it. But let me see your preliminary research, asked Wang Wei, and Yen Liling gave him an information transmission talisman. The research on the immortal runes turning innate qi into immortal qi is proceeding smoothly due to the miscellaneous emperor's array. Although it is far from the success stage, things are proceeding smoothly. However, things cannot be said to be the same for one related to the source qi space. Do you need innate qi? He asked. No, the ancestors provided them to me for my research. That's good. After becoming emperor, we will explore the source qi space to see if your research can succeed. I had the same idea. How is the automatic pill cauldron? I've basically succeeded, replied Yen Liling. The cauldron can refine pills from the lowest profound tier to quasi-emperor. I began my research on the immortal runes because I wanted to upgrade it to be able to refine immortal pills. Excellent, nodded Wang Wei with satisfaction. He was happy with Yen Liling's talent and accomplishment. Although he was also an alchemist, he only cultivated it as an auxiliary Dao. With the merit from the cauldron and the immortal rune, Liling should be able to condense a golden body of merit, just like Mom, thought Wang Wei, pondering about the merit-proving Dao method. You should not give up on perfecting the innate pill technique. After all, innate pills are on par with emperor pills, he added. However, Yen Liling shook her head. You created that technique, so you should complete it. The merit should be enough to benefit you. She understood that Wang Wei allowed her to finish that technique because he wanted her to have merit and ensure her future cultivation. However, she no longer lacks ways to gather merit, so he should use it on himself. Alright, I guess I can no longer be lazy, nodded Wang Wei. By the way, where is Li Jun? He sent someone to call him, but he had not arrived yet, which was odd. Is he still in retreat? He went to see his son, replied Yen Liling. I thought he wanted to leave them sealed until after the battle? The final battle is dangerous and anything can happen. So, he wanted to see them just in case. That's not a bad idea, he muttered. In this glorious generation, anything can happen. So, he won't relax or be careful until he holds the heaven will in his hand and absorbs it. Are you jealous? Asked Wang Wei with a smile. Do you think it's wise to poke at my sore spot? Rebutted Yan Liling with a speechless look. However, Wang Wei only chuckled. If you're jealous, you can have a little one of your own after becoming emperor. Give birth to an emperor child for the sect. Yan Liling was even more speechless. With our current cultivation, it's already a statistical improbability to have children, let alone after we become emperor. Don't worry. I will bless you with the fate of having children. If you guys plan it at the right time when the generation is changing, you should have a higher chance of conceiving. Is that possible? Asked Yan Liling. Although not guaranteed success, it should increase your chances, replied Wang Wei with excitement in his eyes. Why do you seem happier than me? According to my plan, I won't have children until I reach beyond the Tao. If it's a daughter, I plan to spoil her. But if it's a son, I will train him with the harshest method possible, explained Wang Wei with brilliant eyes. So, I need to practice on how to spoil my daughter. Plus, I always wanted to be the fun and doting uncle. Yan Liling did not know how to answer, so she only shook her head with a wry smile. No worse than others. You can't spoil our child, said a deep voice. Why not? Asked Wang Wei, looking at the red-haired Li Jun. You can't take my heaven-given rights as an uncle. Don't you despise heaven? Even then, this does not give you the right to destroy my dream for no reason. It is my child, so I have the right. Plus, I have valid reasons. They will be my nephews, so I also have the right. What good reason would you have? Wang Wei said with a sneer. If you must know, I plan to spoil my children too, said Li Jun, sneering as well. If we both spoil them, aren't they going to be rotten? You have a point, nodded Wang Wei with great seriousness. We don't want them to turn into second-generation young master who terrorizes people's livelihood and steal other people's daughter and wives. Exactly. With these kids' background, they would become a nightmare to the world if we spoiled them rotten, nodded Li Jun with fear in his eyes as he imagined how he would protect his children regardless of their faults. And if you add their overpowered and invincible uncles who did the same, these kids would bully the entire lower dimensions and become the ultimate menace between heaven and earth. I have a perfect solution that allows us to both spoil them, said Wang Wei with shining eyes. Oh, I'm all ears. We let their mothers be the boring parents that disciples and control them. Meanwhile, we become the fun parents that spoil them. Great idea, replied Li Jun, unable to contain his excitement. We can spoil them without worrying them turning into second generation's young master. Honey, isn't this a good idea? In your dream, replied Yan Liling. What's wrong? Do you want me to be the villain to our child while you get to be the favorite parent? In your dream. No. You have it all wrong, he explained. Our child will thank you for being strict with them. So, although it will appear as if I'm their favorite, it's only temporarily. Yan Liling did not say anything but sneered at him. Li Jun gritted his teeth. What about him? He said, pointing at the smiling Wang Wei, who seemed to be enjoying the drama. Are you going to let him spoil our children and be a bad influence? Don't pull me into this. As he said, it is his right as an uncle, said Yan Liling. Plus, we can't stop him even if we want to. Damn it, thought Li Jun, who did not want to be the only one who suffered. You know his personality, he might go too far. If he does, this old lady will fight with him to death and ban him from seeing our children. What? This has to be against the law or some form of abuse, argued Wang Wei. When it comes to the child that I will probably spend a couple of 100,000 years carrying, I am the law. Damn it, she's right, thought Wang Wei with gritted teeth. Then the three looked at each other with an intense aura, fighting for their rights on how to raise this non-existent child properly. Ha 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 ha. They suddenly laughed aloud, ignoring their exalted status or power. The three sat in a circle as they served tea to each other. How was your retreat? Asked Wang Wei, and Li Jun briefly released his aura. Peak 6 leaf strength? He asked with surprise. According to his calculation, Li Jun should have reached the peak 5 leaf with the slaughter heart, with a small chance of early 6 leaf. But his current strength was one tiny step away from reaching the mortal limit of 7 leaf. Yes, and with that weapon, I can skip grades to fight. What happened? Wang Wei asked. A lot of things, he replied with a sigh. 225,000 years ago, Li Jun took the war talisman and the slaughter heart, prepared to enter seclusion. He teleported to a secret realm overseen by Supreme Elder Miscellaneous One. He walked to a place with numerous formations. Are you prepared? Asked Miscellaneous One. Yes. The first step is to line your proving Tao with the weapon embryo. Later on, you have to conquer it with your own willpower. Please visit Panda, N0V1. Co. M as you wish. A weapon rack with 18 weapons manifested above an illusory spear at the center of the multiple arrays. Under his control, Li Jun create a subtle connection between the two. Done, he muttered. Supreme Elder, how is the gathering of baleful aura? The sect has sent people throughout the myriad emperor world and the lower realm to gather aura for you. Furthermore, the sect master also used his incarnations for the search. Li Jun nodded as he knew his brother's incarnations were very effective in the search, especially the karma, space-time, and luck incarnations. The space-time incarnation can travel to different timelines, especially the ones where the world suffered killing disasters, to gather a baleful aura. Meanwhile, the karma incarnation can use karma throughout space-time to leave baleful aura-related resources for the future. As for the luck incarnation, he only needed to travel around randomly, and he would find the thing he needed since baleful aura was not some high-level or rare resource. Big Brother said he even sent a mission to his chat group to help me gather baleful aura. So, I do not need to worry about this weapon for now. Li Jun nodded in satisfaction before entering seclusion. His first step was to absorb the war talisman. The process of refining the war talisman was an exhilarating experience. Every second, he could feel his understanding of war Tao drastically increase. It was as if someone had taken the Tao of war from beginning to end and condensed it into the shape of a talisman. And while refining it, he got to experience this Tao from beginning to end. So, Li Jun comprehended this Tao and fused it with his own. In the process, 9 shadows appeared behind Li Jun. They were not Dharma bodies but his future Buddha self. Unfortunately, even talented people like Wang Tian can only condense 12 future Buddha self, due to restrictions. Due to the restraint of time, this should be my limit. However, I should be able to achieve complete silver before I become emperor. The next step of his cultivation was to fuse with the Dharma body. However, Li Jun planned to follow Wang Wei's example and condense his Dharma body into human size before the fusion. Li Jun tried and was successful. However, he sensed the process was as slow as a turtle. However, the benefit was he discovered the process helped him cultivate the force control skill. After success, I should reach the immortal control and even peak at the Tao control level. Li Jun then focused on tempering his body and absorbing the slaughter heart. The heart helped reinforce his foundation and temper his body. Over the years, he used different body tempering techniques. However, the most recent was one called Slaughter Mind Tempering, which he acquired from the Battle Maniac ancestor. He felt his technique suited him perfectly. The technique allowed him to condense a unique physique called Slaughter Mind Physique, which significantly boosted his strength. Previously, I only half-condensed this physique. However, I can complete it with the slaughter heart, thought Li Jun as he continued to absorb the heart. Done, he muttered before cultivating the second stage of the slaughter mind tempering. The technique allowed him to create a world of slaughter in his sea of consciousness. As such, the deeper his understanding of slaughter Tao, the better the world he can make. Then, he will use the power of slaughter to condense in that world to temper his body. The power of slaughter contains negative emotions that can corrupt the flesh. However, it also included vitality to revive the flesh, thus achieving a state of tempering through destruction and revival. The core of this technique is the transformation of spirit into essence. In other words, using the mind to elevate the fleshly body. This technique is quite ingenious, requiring little to no resources, thought Li Jun, gritting his teeth to bear the pain. If I guess correctly, it should be a precious innate technique. The slaughter world in his mind will temper his flesh, soul, and willpower. Li Jun gritted his teeth until he reached his limit. Bang! He punched the air, feeling the power flushing through his veins. 52 primordial dragon force, excellent, muttered Li Jun. Then, a ruthless light flashed in his eyes. Next step. Li Jun immediately underwent the flesh tribulation. The tribulation is composed of 7 levels, corresponding to the skin, muscles or tendon, bones, organs, blood, meridians or veins, and soul, muttered Li Jun. Most people cannot pass 1, genius can survive 2 simultaneously, and unparalleled genius will survive 3. He squinted his eyes. Compared to talents, I am nothing compared to the ancestors or sister-in-law. However, I will never lose to them regarding willpower. No, I must surpass them. So I chose Fortes. As soon as he made a choice, he prepared. A terrifying and unknown power descended on his body, and Li Jun screamed, destroying his lung and vocal cords. He felt his mind being broken due to the immense pain. However, he endured. Li Jun remembered his family waiting for him, his big brother and his wives. He remembered his childhood when children looked down on him because he was born with weak luck compared to others. More importantly, he remembered the goal he had made for himself. I am no worse than anyone. Li Jun kept screaming, and his life aura reached an all-time low. Regardless, he persisted. His conviction and beliefs allowed him to push behind his limit. After an unknown amount of time, after rushing on the verge of death numerous times, he finally succeeded. "I survived," he muttered after everything ended. He stood up from the cultivation mat as he sensed the power from his flesh. 56 primordial dragon force. Li Jun exhaled deeply as he looked in the distance. He muttered, "I am a heaven chosen." His state of mind sublimated as he felt the shackles in his mind lifted. From now on, he knew his Tao journey would be smoother. Vacation. After that, I shrunk my Dharma body and fused with it, explained Li Jun. Did it help with your Dui realm? Asked Wang Wei. No. I guess because it was your idea and method, replied Li Jun. However, I'm satisfied with the result. His Tao body was more powerful after using this method. I spent a lot of my cultivation time training my Dui realm, added Li Jun. That's a good idea. What about that weapon? Have you subdued it yet? You can say I barely subdue it, Li Jun said, shaking his head. He created an ominous weapon, so the thing kept trying to kill him every time he used it. So, he had to continue training to use it. You should be careful, warned Yan Liling. Even if you subdue that thing, it might counterattack when you're at your weakest. That's indeed possible, he uttered. Li Jun could foresee the final battle would push him to his limit, and he will also have numerous moments of weakness. So, the ominous weapon might use those opportunities to counterattack and kill him. Place a self-detonating seal on it, uttered Wang Wei. If it does revolt, don't hesitate to blow it up. You can even use it as a bomb on the enemy. Wang Wei has always disliked weapons with intelligence or consciousness. So, he never allowed his proving Tao weapon to grow sentience even though it would be more powerful. And wherever he encountered an artifact with sentience that tried to resist, he did not hesitate to obliterate their consciousness. Yes, I should place countermeasures in case something goes wrong, nodded Li Jun. He also realized the possibility of the enemy inducing the weapon to rebel against him. So, he needed to prepare for all possibilities. Do you need my help? Asked Wang Wei. No need. Fine. What happened to Tai Gang? He failed to break the barrier between mortal and immortal, explained Li Jun. Although I knew this would be the case, I'm still a little disappointed. Wang Wei shook his head. He knew Tai Gang did not have the talent for such an achievement. More importantly, he did not have the destiny. You don't have to worry about him, added Yan Liling. He's been practicing secret techniques that grant him immortal strength. He collaborated with the sect to create a perfect system involving formation, weapons, and pills. So, he'll be a great general. She participated in his training, so she knew best about Tai Gang's current situation. That's good. What about Kai Song? Is she ready? Asked Wang Wei. She is. Excellent. In the final battle, she can show the world the importance of puppet Dao, thus encouraging other factions to revitalize this field, nodded Wang Wei with shining eyes. Once more people began to create puppet legions, it would be easier for him to lead the myriad emperor world to expand through the entire endless void. The three chatted for a few hours before Wang Wei left, leaving the two lovebirds to themselves. What are you going to do next? I will continue to subdue the weapon, train my Duyi realm, then spend more time with Ayr and the child. Yan Liling did not say anything. You should understand that I could experience an eternal parting with them during the final battle, he hurriedly explained. I'm not unreasonable, so I understand, said Yan Liling. I will accompany you. Li Jun was shocked after hearing this. Then he smiled. Wang Wei teleported home to his wife. Ready? Asked Wu Hong. Yes. Let's go. So where first? She asked. Let's stop at the foot of the mountain first. Wang Wei and Wu Hong flew to the city nearest the sect. They landed outside and walked like a normal couple. Besides casting a little spell that prevented people from noticing them, they resembled any ordinary young mortal couple. As he walked in the streets, he saw numerous flying horse carriages, which were this world's version of a car. As of now, most mortals can earn enough money to buy one. Furthermore, there were different designs based on demonic beasts. For example, dragon designs were more expensive and considered luxury brands. The city had lanes for the flying horse carriages and for pedestrians to walk. Do you want to take a running elephant carriage or a call for a flying horse carriage? Asked Wang Wei. Wu Hong looked at the large constructs in the distance carrying multiple people. Please visit Panda, N0V1. Don't you mean bus? She asked with a smile. Don't break the fantasy, he warned. You have a good point, muttered Wang Wei. As rich as he is, he should have a private plane to flirt with a beautiful woman. Well, consider me a poor scholar for today. So let's walk. The two continued to walk as they observed the surroundings. Wang Wei saw many young people walking with a circle rune floating next to their ears. Is this how the voice-storing flute evolved? He thought. The voice-storing flute or MP3 concept was created during his Qi luck trial to meet the spiritual needs of the citizens. It had evolved after countless years. It's beautiful, commented Wu Hong. You've created a perfect mortal civilization that combines science and technology with cultivation. Indeed, nodded Wang Wei as he looked at the civilians of this city. Full of life and light of wisdom. Ordinary citizens can live between 150 to 160 years due to enough food and nutrients, shelter from the harsh environment, access to a well-developed medicine system, and more importantly, martial arts. This civilization created a set of basic movements that allowed people to passively absorb spiritual qi between heaven and earth to nourish their bodies. Although they cannot store spiritual qi, it still provides them with many health benefits, including a centennial lifespan. Subsequently, there are extraordinary citizens, people who access their spiritual power. These extraordinary citizens are the driving force of this civilization, using their spiritual power to engrave runes and create all the constructs. Extraordinary citizens have a lifespan of 250 to 300 years because they can use their spiritual power to prevent their Bodhi's life force or vitality from dissipating. Let's go watch a movie, said Wang Wei with a smile. Oh, what genre? You pick between romance, action and adventure, comedy and horror. How about a romantic horror? Why this one? Asked Wang Wei. It's a perfect choice. There is the mushy romance stuff, plus I can use the excuse of the horror to pretend I'm scared and hold you tightly. Why did not I think of that? You are really the perfect wife. I know, replied Wu Hong with a smile. The two went to see a movie or recorded story. There are two ways to produce movies in this civilization. The first one is to get a few willing cultivators as actors. With their powers, the production crew does not need to worry about CGI and stunts since the cultivators can use spells. The second is to use illusion arrays to create the entire story directly. And with Wang Wei introducing these people to different genres of movies from Earth, The movie business or industry has developed dramatically in the past 300,000 years. What a great movie, said Wu Hong as she walked out of the theater, her left arm tightly around Wang Wei and her right arm holding food. Were you scared? Of course. Didn't you see me scream and hold you tightly? Yes, with me around, you should have been reassured. Of course. After all, you're my strong and brave man, she said with a smile. Where are we going next? Let's go to the best restaurant in the city. Movie and dinner. You sure know how to woo a girl's heart. Before the movie, he used his political connection to reserve a table in advance. So, the waiter led them to their table and soon served them food. The food is excellent, commented Wu Hong. Cultivators do not need to eat and prefer to drink wine or tea, so the culinary art is not well developed. In the cultivator world, great food relies more on excellent ingredients baptized by spiritual qi instead of techniques, ingredients, and spices. Not even closes to yours, commented Wang Wei, and he was not lying. With her sealing Dao that allowed her to seal the flavor and burst out after a bit, the food in this restaurant is nothing. Wang Wei has a large section of his space ring with Wu Hong's cooking. All these foods are perfectly preserved with the power of time so he could eat them fresh. The reason for doing this is because of his essence flower divine ability which allowed him to temper his body simply by eating delicious food of high ingredients. He's waiting for the right time to use them to help him open the gate of power. This civilization of yours should have created weapons. How strong are they? She asked. They can kill supernatural realm. However, that's their limit, replied Wang Wei with a sigh. The first 3 stages of cultivation are still the categories of mortals. Only in the 4th stage will cultivators be considered extraordinary, hence the name supernatural. This is also the reason some lower realms called this stage the transcending mortality realm. So, after this spiritual rune civilization reached the destructive capabilities of the supernatural realm, Heavenly Tao placed restrictions on them, preventing them from developing after hundreds of thousands of years. Parting. It makes sense it would be restricted, said Wu Hong, sipping her wine. Heavenly Tao wants a potent civilization to cultivate powerful great emperors. No matter how brilliant your civilization is, it's still a mortal one with an average lifespan of more than 100 years. If they keep growing, they might disturb the current cultivation civilization, leading to infighting and weakening the entire myriad emperor world. A battle between science and technology and cultivation, added Wang Wei with shining eyes. That would be an interesting sight to see. If it were before, Wang Wei might be sure cultivation would win. However, after seeing the development of the science and technology world in the quantum realm, he was not so sure. Who do you think would win? Asked Wu Hong, also intrigued by the notion. It depends, replied Wang Wei. Cultivation should have the advantage in terms of raw power or individual with ultimate power. Meanwhile, science and technology has the advantage in population and weaponry. I understand their advantage with people since science and technology have solved the issue of people's livelihood, resulting in a large population base, commented Wu Hong, who learned to despise how cultivators ignored mortals to survive on their own. However, winning on weaponry? She shook her head. Cultivators have artifact refiners. How could they lose? High-level technology does not lose to artifact refining, added Wang Wei. However, they have an advantage over cultivators, mass production. It could take dozens to hundreds of years for a weapon refiner to refine a quasi-emperor artifact. During the same time span, science and technology could produce hundreds of spaceships of the same level depending on their technology's development. Indeed, I did not consider this. So, in a battle where they are relatively equal, cultivation will win if the war is short and quick. However, if it's a prolonged battle, they have no chance. Of course, you should understand battles are not simple. Wu Hong nodded as she knew any war was not so easy to analyze and summarize since anything could happen. In war, even pure luck could decide the final outcome. All right, let's not talk about such a heavy topic as war and enjoy our diner, said Wu Hong as they changed the conversation. Afterward, both were satisfied with their experience. Where to next? Tomorrow, we will have a beach day. Excellent, replied Wu Hong as they stayed in the most luxurious hotel in this city. The next day, they teleported to the end of the central continent in their beach wares. Wang Wei and Wu Hong walked on the beach, watching many cultivators dressed in shorts and bikinis, playing volleyball, surfing, and building sand constructs. Wang Wei had a weird look on his face. On Earth, this should have been an ordinary thing. However, seeing so many cultivators with long and flowing hair and shorts and doing these activities was strange to him, especially seeing some people who did not want to change their regular clothes and were dressed in ancient clothes. Is this what you called cultural invasion? Asked Wu Hong, who also found the entire thing a little strange. This is the power of influence, commented Wang Wei. I am considered the heaven chosen with the highest probability of proving the Tao in this generation. So, many cultivators worship and imitate me. They believed. Wang Wei, the powerful sect master of the Tao opening sect, used this weird method to relax after cultivation. Maybe there is a secret to it, so they copied it. Your thinking is too cynical, argued Wu Hong. Cultivation requires both hard work and relaxation. Previously, cultivators would drink, chat with friends, travel the world, or visit brothels to relax. But your method showed them a new and exciting way. Furthermore, your bikini has become a new way for women to demonstrate their freedom and fight against many of the patriarchal ideologies present in the cultivation world. Cynical, huh? Muttered Wang Wei. You're probably right. Maybe I've been too assimilated by this world, and I haven't even noticed it. This is inevitable, replied Wu Hong. After all, you only spent a few decades on Earth. The two enjoyed a few days at the beach before leaving. Where to next? The largest and best brothel in the world, the Heavenly Moon Restaurant, replied Wang Wei, making Wu Hong give him a weird look. Most men will secretly go to the brothels, but you actually bring your wife. These men do not have such an awesome wife as you, he replied with a flattering smile. Do you think I don't know what you are planning? Wang Wei coughed lightly, pretending he did not hear anything. The last time he went to the brothel, Wu Hong boldly declared she could do it better than these women and danced for him. And to this day, Wang Wei has never forgotten that dance, turning it into one of his core memories. She was beautiful and ethereal. The entire world seemed more cheerful and happy as she danced. At that exact moment, she was the center of the world, shining brighter than any stars and nobler than even Heavenly Tao. Fine, I will indulge you. The two headed for the Heavenly Moon Restaurant in the Yin Moon Sect's central domain. They paid the price to have the best courtesan serve them. And she was pretty talented at her job, knowing poetry, dance, calligraphy, and painting. However, Wang Wei did not care and quickly dismissed her after a short performance. 2 hours later, Wang Wei walked out of the restaurant, wiping the blood from his nose. Damn it, this woman almost destroyed my willpower. Hee, you're the one who wanted a show, said Wu Hong. This day will forever stain my credibility as a manly man. You can redeem yourself as long as you destroy that recoding talisman. Who wants to be a manly man anyway? Replied Wang Wei as he embraced her, displaying his shameless side to the fullest. Let's go. The two then traveled the world together, eating food from different restaurants, regions, and continents. They visited the most famous spots in the world, like the Yaoqi Heavenly Tree in the central continent, which is similar to an enormous sakura tree from Wang Wei's previous life. The tree has remained pink ever since its existence and has never changed. And on the full moon, it will shine, becoming more beautiful. The entire thing was a spiritual experience. There are rumors the tree is the only thing in the world that can heal Tao hearts, and the Hua clan, whose founder Yaoqi Emperor planted the tree, took advantage of this rumor to their full extent. Although it was not true, the tree did have the power to bless the mind and increase cultivation for a short period. So, the Hua clan used it as a tourist spot, allowing them to prosper for countless generations. For the next 100 years, Wang Wei and Wu Hong traveled all over the world. They experienced numerous things and met plenty of new people. Although they did not reveal their identity, this fact made the experience more memorable. Finally, they stopped at the Heavenly Tree Village. They developed very fast, commented Wu Hong as she looked at this village. Indeed. In one generation, they've become a supreme holy land, nodded Wang Wei as he looked at this weird village. Most people looked like normal mortals, dressed in ordinary clothes and working the farm. However, 1/10 of these people were cultivators, many already in the supreme realm. However, they blended perfectly well with the mortals and lived no differently from them. The last time I came, the person with the highest cultivation was only the divine altar realm, added Wang Wei, with some surprise. Many factions spent generations without giving birth to a saint, let alone a supreme realm true monarch. Although he gave the people of the village a cultivation method, it only reached primordial spirit realm. A place full of destiny, added Wu Hong. In a few generations they will become a terrifying emperor lineage. Please visit Panda, N0V1. Indeed, agreed Wang Wei. The concept of cultivators and mortals living in harmony with nature made this village very special. Power will corrupt or change a person's mind. So, a cultivator needs a certain mindset to incorporate and live with mortals. Furthermore, with their long lifespan, they will watch the people they are close to or interact with every day die one generation after the other. As long as they do not become cold and indifferent to death and accept this natural cycle of death, it will be a great way to temper their Tao heart. Let's go see it. Wang Wei did not disturb the village and went to a small world only known to only a few individuals in the village. He gazed at a towering tree in the distance with wonder. The tree had some consciousness and noticed their arrival. It prepared to defend itself and attack until it felt Wang Wei's aura. Then, it released an intimate aura like a child seeing their father. You cultivated a world tree? Asked Wu Hong in surprise. I didn't think it would succeed. Back then, he only decided to fuse space-time-related resources to the tree. He did not think it would evolve into a rare world tree. No wonder this village is blessed with so much destiny, nodded Wu Hong. What are you going to do with it? I have my plan, he replied before explaining what he was going to do. That's a good idea, maybe you'll receive merit. The two no longer spoke as they admired this towing specimen. The tree bore 300 fruits, and they could tell each one was a world comparable to a middle grade 1000. You're leaving, aren't you? Asked Wang Wei. Yes, replied Wu Hong calmly. Although I knew this day would come, I still hope I was wrong. He sighed and exhaled deeply as if he wanted to breathe out all his negative emotions. Can't you stay? No. She shook her head. You should know I'm only a clone, and I cannot stay. That's not really an explanation. Wu Hong briefly paused. The real reason is I can only use my emperor strength a limited number of times. Is it because you used existence reconstruction on me the last time? No. I left a seal in the sect, continued Wu Hong. If you fail the battle, you only need to survive and return to the sect. It will activate and hide the Tao opening sect. By then, Di Tian will not find you no matter what method he tries. Wang Wei turned to face her, holding her hands and clothes to his chest. He knew this might be the last opportunity in a very long time. I don't want you to go. And I don't too either, she replied with a smile. Her eyes showed no sadness. However, there is no everlasting banquet in this world. A sad truth. Don't be too sad since it's only a temporary parting, she added, caressing his handsome face. Few things before I leave. Wang Wei gently placed his head on hers, feeling the warmth of her body. He could even hear her slow beating heart. Your path of cultivation will be full of trials and tribulations. Although I don't think I need to remind you, I will just in case. Don't ever give up until you achieve your goals. I want. Don't let me give up as well. I want. You might think of your friends and families as your weakness and things to protect, continued Wu Hong. But they are your greatest allies and strength. I will keep that in mind. Secondly, the 7 moons are not much of a threat to you, so don't stress about them. Even without you, their fate is already doomed. Is that so? Take time to prepare in advance for your path of transcendence, added Wu Hong. For most people, it would be counterproductive to think about something so far away and so elusive, but you're different. I'll listen to you. You can trust Mithriya. Although her recent behaviors have been shady, she is still trustworthy. Okay. Lastly, take care of yourself when I'm gone, said Wu Hong with some tears in her eyes. You are too accident-prone, so be careful not to die again. Eat your food. I have left a space ring with more food inside for you and some information I feel will be more in the future. You know I love your food the most. So, of course, I will eat them, replied Wang Wei, also with tears in his eyes. Say goodbye to father, mother, and grandfather for me. I did not have the heart to face them. I will, nodded Wang Wei as he saw Wu Hong slowly disintegrating into numerous motes of lights. When we meet again, show me the new era you've created. I was looking forward to seeing its brilliance. Wang Wei did not say a word and only nodded. He could not prevent a few tears from dropping from his eyes. Remember, I love you no matter the space-time, beyond fate, and to eternity, she said with a smile. To eternity, muttered Wang Wei as he watched his empty hand. The only thing left was the empty void in his heart. Eternal Ascension World, Origin Seal Continent. Wu Hong sat in her cultivation room, trying to heal her injuries. She suddenly opened her eyes as countless memories flooded in. Pand A, N0V1. She took a moment to review the memories and discovered many were sealed, and she could not remove them even at her peak. Interesting, she commented with squinted eyes. My fate companion? So, you've finally shown up. Primary materials and husband picking. Wu Hong was deep in thought as she tried to analyze the situation and review the key memories. She did not send a clone to the lower dimension. No, she was not even capable of such a feat. Only half-step transcendence and someone like Old Man Nether can influence the lower dimension to such a level. She is obviously me, with the same existence, pondered Wu Hong, eliminating the possibility the latter only looked like him. Two possibilities. The first one is someone else sent that clone and is plotting something, and the second is my future self sent the clone. However, paragons cannot do such a feat, unless they use Old Man Nether's method. So, does that mean future me is half-step transcendence? Wu Hong was not excited about this news as she felt things became even more complicated. Suddenly, she thought of something. No, this is not as simple as leaving a clone. Someone is tampering with the primordial timeline. Her memories from the ultimate taboo were blurry and missing a few chunks. However, she remembered she had discovered a shocking truth. She learned someone might have forcefully changed the primordial timeline. Wu Hong took out a talisman and sent a message to Mithriya, asking her whether she had the strength to temper the timeline. Yes, I can temper with the primordial timeline of the Eternal Ascension world. However, if the changes lead to domino effects that affect other chaos worlds or the entire primordial chaos, the backlash from the River of Time will instantly kill me. Wu Hong squinted her eyes, amazed by the power of half-step transcendence. Then she focused on the more important thing. My clone's purpose seemed to steer this fated lover in a different direction, ensuring his path is smoother and better. However, this fated love's destiny is enough to affect the entire chaos universe. She remembered the latter's involvement with so many taboos and his destiny to end the era of the Seven Moons. So, whoever sent that clone has achieved power beyond the half-step transcendence. Wu Hong remembered the vital information they'd learned from the ultimate taboo. Two individuals in the chaos universe truly detached from the universe. Could it be one of them or something else? She reviewed the memory and focused on a specific conversation Wang Wei had with the clone. A battle between them and Grand Dao that spawn across space-time? Using the universe as a chessboard and all living beings as chess pieces. That's another possibility. Wu Hong frowned. Have I become a chess piece? No, according to his theory, we might be chess players. She shook her head as she realized even if she returned to her peak, she would still be a chess piece. Transcendence, transcendence. I will forever remain a chess piece without taking that step. Wu Hong took a deep breath. With the current information, she knew her future was bright but also full of struggle. However, she also understood the future was not set in stone. Learning about her future achievement might have already changed the course of history to something completely different. So she will not become complacent or have the mindset that her success is guaranteed. It's a shame much of the key information is sealed, Wu Hong pondered. Then she focused on something else. The perfection foundation, she muttered as she briefly glanced over this technique. It really looks like a technique I would create. Any technique, spells, or scriptures created by a cultivator will have their brands on it. A pair of twins who make the same technique will have slight differences based on their brands. The only issue is the dark truth. Wu Hong did not want to take the risk of contacting a taboo that could kill her without any resistance. The problem is these forbidden lands suggested as an alternative are as dangerous as the dark truth. Plus, I would have to survive Grand Dao's wrath unless I spend the rest of my life in these forbidden lands. The dark truth is the best place for this technique since it could even protect cultivators from Grand Dao's wrath. Not to mention the headache of the materials needed for this technique. She smiled wryly as she looked at the list. Perfect tier, a rare heaven and earth object that contains the essence of perfection. People who try to study mortal and immortal perfection are usually desperate for this thing. However, it's not only rare but also requires to pass a trial created by Grand Dao itself to acquire it. Panda, NOV, one another rare resource for this technique is Grand Dao blood. Throughout the history of the Chaos Universe, blood has dripped from the eye of Grand Dao 6 times. To this day, no one knows the reason, but each time it occurs, it is a battle fiesta where paragons, fiend gods, Dao monarchs, and immortal kings die in the millions. The last core material is the heavenly Dao seed from a central source chaos worlds. Wu Hong was speechless as the word central source chaos world was a new secret long suspected by many but only recently proven after the ultimate taboo. There are different levels of source chaos worlds in primordial chaos. Some are only capable of giving birth to only one paragon or have a limit of 100. Only a few have no limits on the number, like the Eternal Ascension world. However, the real secret of the central source chaos world is not their unlimited paragon birthing abilities but the fact their heavenly Dao has the power of half-step transcendence. And by absorbing them, cultivators can reach that step, just like supreme unity. Throughout the chaos universe, there are only 3,800 central source chaos worlds, and after the ultimate taboo, they became hot potatoes competed by many people. Of course, most of these people did not have a feasible technique to absorb heavenly Dao. From what I remember, there are 2 ways to get the seed: overcome heavenly Dao by force or use a ton of merit to exchange it. Wu Hong was genuinely speechless regarding the resources needed to cultivate this technique. The 3 primary materials are rarer and more precious than the limit breaker. What's more, even the supporting materials are as rare as the limit breaker. Please visit Panda, N0V1. Co. Mach, let's put it behind for now, Wu Hong decided. Although she concluded the dark truth was the best way to cultivate this technique since the materials are likely to be directly granted. Unfortunately, the risks were too significant. Wu Hong continued reviewing her memories, focusing on Wang Wei. She wanted to know what kind of person he was, his personality, his likes and dislikes, and so on. He seems quite easy to get along with, she thought, nodding in satisfaction. She did not want someone boring or with a bland personality. Very charming, witty, intelligent, extremely open-minded, and think outside the box. She nodded as she could see her life would be more exciting with a person with such a personality. Handsomeness and talent more than meet the standard. As for wealth? Well, he's wealthy for someone from the lower dimension. However, he does have the potential to gather more wealth, muttered Wu Hong as Wang Wei filled in more of her boxes. Let's check his performance in the bedroom. She focused on the memories of when they were intimate. With a calm demeanor, she reviewed every experience like a scientist gathering observable data. Great techniques, he knows what he's doing. He likes to explore new ideas I've never thought of, most likely the result of his origin in the prehistoric world. That's a plus. Wu Hong could foresee her life in the bedroom would be exciting if she chose to be with him. However, she soon frowned. His stamina is not on par with my standard, she muttered as she watched his performance. However, This should change after he opens the gates of power and flesh. After more than 30 minutes, Wu Hong finished her review. Overall, we seemed very compatible. However, a lot could change before our next meeting. So, let's wait and see. Wu Hong stood up from her cultivation mat. Her hair then turned silver gray, the same color as Wang Wei. All right, let's go deal with her, she muttered with a sneer. She teleported to the place Sword Empress retreated. Are you going to say anything? What do you mean? Asked Sword Empress, surprised. You don't think he'll believe you did not know my fate companion was your descendant? How would I know? Replied Yen Ai, not hiding her smirk. Is Mithreya also part of this? What do you think? Wu Hong stared at her with gritted teeth. Then, Yen Ai laughed out loud, not stopping for 5 minutes straight. You have to admit it's funny, she said. In the future, don't forget to address as ancestor, you must respect the seniority. After the Emperor realm, cultivators no longer decide seniority by age but by strength. After all, they are immortal creatures that have lived for trillions upon trillions of years. Additionally, when a family has numerous immortal descendants, it's pointless to care about things like generational seniority. Wu Hong stared at her with a dangerous light in her eyes. What are you planning? Asked Yen Ai with worry in her voice. Don't worry. I'll beat you up and record your bruised and terrible state. Don't do anything rash or stupid, warned the Sword Empress, who knew she was incapable of resisting in her current state. Don't worry. These recordings won't ever see the light of day, unless you dare try to make me call you ancestor or try to use your seniority before me, said Wu Hong with a gentle smile that was highly sinister to Yen Ai. Little Wu Hong, remember all the good things I've done for you. You are like my sister. Her voice was pleading. I know, that's why I will seal your pain so you won't feel a thing. Damn it. Why don't you deal with Mithreya if you have the balls? Don't worry, she will have her day of judgment. Wu Hong no longer wasted any time and pounced on her opponent like a cheetah hunting her prey. Red dust. Wang Wei laid his head on the world tree, not saying a word. He waved his hand to manifest a bottle gourd. And as soon as he removed the gourd seal, a thick wine scent scattered throughout the surrounding few million miles. The sheer smell of this wine changed the surrounding clouds, making them jump around and dance as if they were drunk. Without hesitation, Wang Wei took a sip and felt his mind refreshed. Furthermore, the taste of this wine was heavenly. Subsequently, he sensed a mysterious power traveling throughout his fleshly body and nourishing it. Unfortunately, it was not enough to help increase his true power Dao realm. However, he was not in the mood to care about such a thing, as he continued to drink. Wine in the cultivation world had 3 ways to distinguish its worth: the materials, the technique, and the time spent aging. The method used in Wang Wei's wine is excellent but could not be said to be the best or revolutionary. As for the materials, he used the best material possible. However, what made this wine truly valuable was the aging time. Wang Wei used time formation to accelerate the time the wine simmered. And since wine does not have to worry about time energy hurting it through time acceleration, like humans, he could cultivate peerless wine. And the one he was drinking was brewed for 50 million years. A sip of this wine can make a Saint Realm cultivator drunk and sleep until their lifespan of 500,000 runs out. It can nourish the bodies, souls, and energy of true monarchs and quasi-emperors. More importantly, it can boost comprehension and allow people to understand the Tao better. PN01 Kamong Wei shook his head and continued drinking. He controlled his fleshly body and soul to cancel his natural immunity, allowing himself to get drunk. He could indulge in his mind and emotions. The ancients called all the emotions, grudges, obsessions, joy and sadness of the world red dust, a dirty thing that corrupts or stains the mind of cultivators. Taoism believes cultivators should have a detached attitude toward red dust. They advocate to remain free from its karmic ties. According to them, freedom from red dust is one of the best states for cultivation and achieving immortality. However, some schools believe cultivators should refine their minds and hearts through red dust. However, these schools also believe in cutting the connection from the red dust, thus achieving a detached state of mind. Wang Wei thought for a moment before shaking his head, as he thought this philosophy was also cruel and not easy to practice. After experiencing the joy and sadness of the world, the ups and downs, love and hatred, how could someone easily cut them off from their minds and look at their experience from an indifferent point of view? Plus, how is that any different from the cold-hearted nature of devil cultivators? He sneered before taking a sip from his drink. Buddhism believes in karma and sought to save all sentient beings. So, their core practice involved immersing in the power of red dust and even using it for themselves. Wang Wei's mind thought of the power of incense. Although there are also schools of Buddhism that also have similar views as Taoism, who believe only through the absence of karmic ties can monks seek self-enlightenment and achieve nirvana, they are rare and not the mainstream. Countless thoughts flashed in his mind. After creating the river of karma, this philosophy fit me the best. However, I am different from these monks. I have no desire to save all sentient beings. I only want to immerse in red dust to use its power to help me cultivate and find a way to transcend karma. No, maybe these monks are similar to me. The only difference is their hearts are pure and truly cultivated for the sake of all sentient beings. After reaching transcendence, these monks would definitely help people transcend karma and the cycle of reincarnation. However, I would only do it if I felt like it. Wang Wei exhaled as he ended his state of enlightenment. He felt his understanding of karma elevated, which in turn promoted his understanding of his fate Tao. One of the unique aspects of his fate Tao is his understanding of the other Taos, karma, luck. Also increased his comprehension of fate and vice versa. Furthermore, he also elevated his soul Tao to a higher level, including the Tao of 7 emotions and 6 desires, which is a part of the soul Tao. Please visit Panda, N0V1. My current understanding of the Tao should have been enough to reach 5, 6, maybe 6% of the Grand Tao source. Unfortunately, Grand Tao prevents anyone from comprehending and controlling the source of the Tao without gaining access to the heaven will. In some ways, the rules of this world are a cage for a genius such as myself. Wang Wei shook his head in frustration before falling asleep holding the wine gourd. Formations instinctively appeared to protect him. The next day he woke up in a better state than before. The previous enlightenment increased his Tao and helped him better understand himself. Unfortunately, he was still sad and depressed, so he spent the next 3 days drinking and sleeping. Finally, he knew it was time to rein himself in and continue his journey. After all, it is only a temporary parting, he muttered before looking at the towering world tree. He then constructed a massive space-time formation to continue nourishing the tree. But he felt it was not enough, so he summoned some Tao ancestors and 2 third-class insurgents from the sect to control the formation and ensure it worked at maximum capacity. In a few hundred years, you should grow even more, he commented as he caressed the tree. Finally, he left some benefits for the people of the Heavenly Tree Village and asked the sect people to ensure nothing happened to this village. Although the tree was no longer visible and was no longer desired by countless people, he was sure some people still remembered its existence and might be planning to get their hands on it. After leaving the village, Wang Wei did not return to the sect since he had another place to visit. It's time to temper my Tao heart once more and maybe find some answers. Wang Wei teleported to the western White Tiger continent, specifically the evil punishment domain located in the northeast of the continent. He soon reached his destination, a yellow desert with no end in sight. Many cultivators were heading into the desert. His appearance caught people's attention since he was so famous, but people only muttered and glanced at him, so he did not care. Asking Heart Road, thought Wang Wei as he looked at this desert. This piece of land was a legacy left by a mighty pseudo-eternal emperor called Mind-Heart Emperor. According to history, he cultivated the Tao of the mind and was known for his powerful Tao heart and how he could use it to attack. The Mind-Heart Emperor had a technique called Asking Heart Road that could find the flaw in people's Tao heart and destroy it. For unknown reasons, the Mind-Heart Emperor hated devil cultivators with passion and would use his famous technique to break their Tao hearts and force them to kill themselves. And with the cruelty and unstable mind of the devil cultivators, he was indeed their antithesis. Unfortunately, the later generation of the emperor suffered tremendously because of his karmic debts. The Mindheart Emperor once left an emperor lineage called Profound Mind Temple. However, a few generations after his ascension, these devil cultivators' lineages who hated him banded together and destroyed his sect. The Asking Heart Road was one of the foundations of the Profound Mind Temple, and these cultivators also wanted to eradicate it. The D clan stepped up and tried to take it for themselves. Unfortunately, the sects in the different continents did not want their clan's lineage to become more powerful and intervened. Finally, the Asking Heart Road became an ownerless thing accessible by anyone. The cultivators of this world believe too much in the Tao Heart Road. Otherwise, they would have fought even fiercer for this land, pondered Wang Wei. Grandpa told me this place helped him stabilize his Tao heart after the battle. Let's see if it is helpful to me. Wang Wei took a deep breath before taking a step into this desert. Immediately, he found himself in this dark and empty space. And before him were memories of his entire life, from birth to the present. Wang Wei felt his mind clear and devoid of any distractions. Subsequently, he discovered he was directly confronting many of the deepest and most hidden thoughts. The subconscious? He analyzed. Well, let's see if this thing can help me. Asking Heart Road. As Wang Wei walked through this desert, he began to review many of his memories, not all of them, but a few that had a deep impression on him, consciously or subconsciously, throughout his cultivation path. The first memory he saw was his meeting with Li Jun. He watched how many young children of the sect bullied the little fatty, and the latter did not resist or complain. So, he asked him why he did not respond and fought back. What's the point of fighting back besides adding more unnecessary injuries to me? Responded the 3-year-old Li Jun. Wang Wei immediately noticed Li Jun's wisdom as the young child understood his current state was due to his status in the sect. If he fought back, the only result would be more beating by retaliation. So, the best course of action is to accept his beating and bear with it. I remember that day, muttered Wang Wei. Li Jun's wisdom at such a young age caught my attention. Wang Wei knew the intelligence displayed at a young age was not because he was a prodigy but more of the result of the fact he was an adult in a child's body. However, Li Jun was different. He was genuinely a 3-year-old child. I also remember the unwillingness and desire in his eyes. That's why I chose him. Wang Wei sighed as he reminisced about the past. He looked at the memory one last time before continuing. The following core memory he experienced was the first person he ever killed. A prisoner. This was the first life he ever took, and to this day, he remembers how the sticky blood felt in his hand as he stabbed that prisoner. He remembered the moment life disappeared from the prisoner's eye, the vivid emotions displayed on that prisoner's life. Is this the exact moment when life was no longer sacred to me? He analyzed. After the first kill, he had nightmares for days. But now, his hands were stained with trillions of lives, but he could still sleep peacefully. I felt something die inside me on that day. Was it my awe and reverence for the beautiful thing known as life? Wang Wei sighed. Although I know this was inevitable the moment I reincarnated in this world, it's still sad to think how much I've changed from my Earth self. Wang Wei continued his journey. He saw the memory of when he ordered Wang Ju for the sect to experiment on Han Li for him to acquire a heavenly physique. This was my first act of pure selfishness where I ruthlessly trample on another person for benefit, the first opponent I step on for my rise on the Emperor Road. I learned to never give up in this trial. I learned through hard work, intelligence, and unyielding willpower, I can create miracles. Wang Wei's eyes lit up as his aura became even more peaceful and restrained. He continued walking. He then saw the young girl he killed during the Spirit Road trial. The first innocent life I took, he commented. The girl was a pampered young lady and came to the trial with guards probably as a marvel experience. Her parents were probably new to the cultivator world and did not know much about the trial's rules and ruthlessness. Unfortunately, she was only one of the many innocent bystanders that suffered as a result of my Emperor Road. He shook his head as he moved forward. The following memory occurred not long after the girl's death. It was a battle with a gladiator. This was the first real life and death battle he had, but this was not the reason it was a core memory. The world is truly unfair. I have spent more than 8 years as a gladiator, forced to kill every day to buy my freedom. It took me 8 long and painful years to summarize that dodging method, yet you learned it in less than 5 minutes. "I'm not willing," said the gladiator as he died, full of unwillingness. "This is the first time I realize how unfair fate can be," commented Wang Wei. "Some people spend their entire life striving for something, but others are born with it. Some people have to struggle their entire life, but others are born destined to achieve greatness." As he reviewed these memories from a higher cultivation standpoint, he understood many things and saw these events in different lights. So, he continued his journey. The subsequent memory was his battle with Ji Song, where he almost died because of the latter's mighty fleshly body. Truth be told, this is probably the second most difficult battle I experienced throughout my entire life, he muttered as he watched his body lying on the ground with a shattered spine. Only 2 people of his generation pushed him to such a miserable state. Please visit Panda, N0V1. Co. Wang Wei re-experienced that battle before continuing to walk. The memories in front of him changed to after the Spirit Road trial as he stayed in a mortal village. This village is where I experienced the vast difference between mortals and cultivators. It is the place where I awakened my ambitions to change this era, muttered Wang Wei as he realized the importance of that village to him. Cause and effect, karma, he continued. I planted a tree on a whim, but 300,000 years later, it turned into a precious world tree. The villagers were friendly and welcoming, so I placed a feng shui formation on their village to bless them with luck. Now, they are a supreme land with great potential to become an emperor lineage. Everything is connected one way or the other. Wang Wei's aura was utterly restrained inside his body. He now looked like an ordinary mortal with no cultivation. However, upon closer observation, people with keen observation could detect he was fusing with heaven and earth as if the two were the same. The following core memory was a confrontation between him and Heavenly Dao when he entered the Duyi realm. Heavenly Dao tried to stop him by influencing his willpower. From the records he knew, the trial to enter the Duyi realm should not have been so severe. Then, there is his odd black chi luck dragon. Wang Wei looked at this memory with a frown. This event might be the confrontation between my future self and Grand Dao, he suddenly uttered. No, the first confrontation was my battle with the wrath of heaven. Wang Wei knew many anomalous things that happened during his life, most of which were weird and unexplainable. But today, he had a theory on the reason. A battle that spawns across time and space, he muttered before continuing. It was not time to care about these things that he could not control. The next memory was a meeting in the Li Clan Mountains after entering the divine altar realm. He tasked Li Jun to suppress all the famous disciples in the sects, including the contemporary sacred sons. Then, someone from the Li clan called him, and he had a meeting with a beautiful middle-aged woman dressed in all white. She had a doting and motherly aura emanating from her body. I want to thank you, said Qian Shifan, Li Jun's mother, with a gentle and kind smile that could put people at ease. Thank me? For what? Asked Wang Wei as he placed his teacup on the table. For giving my son a chance to shine. I thought you would blame me. Oh, why is that? After all, I could guarantee him a safe and peaceful life with my status. However, he will now follow me on a dangerous road with a high probability of death. Qian Shifan briefly paused. As a mother, I also want my son to live a peaceful life. However, I also understand that strength is necessary to survive and have dignity in the cultivation world. So, I'm glad you showed the world he was no worse than any heaven chosens. As for the danger, this is unavoidable. Since you don't blame me, I'm relieved. Wang Wei calmly looked at this scene. He did not think this memory was this significant to him. Back then, he had some guilt about Li Jun following him. After all, he knew the emperor path he chose to walk on was full of danger and uncertainty. So, he often pondered that it may be better for Li Jun not to follow him and live a safer life. Madam Qian, I did not disappoint your expectation. I protected your son, and he is now one of the brightest stars in this generation, muttered Wang Wei, who suddenly felt more peaceful. He smiled before continuing his journey. Not yet answered. And, thank you to Black_Jesus_1999 for the super gifts. I'm very thankful for your support. I forgot to write this note a few days ago, so sorry about that. As a reward, I can allow you to design a character that will appear and be killed in the heavenly battle. If you are interested, join the Discord or leave a comment, and we will discuss it. Wang Wei continued his journey on the Asking Heart Road, further tempering his Tao heart and state of mind. The following core memory he experienced was during the Qi luck trial in the Warring Kingdom world. The memory was when he watched how millions of innocent people died by poisoning in Bless Wing City. He learned of the cruelty of the world from this experience and how little cultivators valued mortals' lives. That event also taught him never to be careless and treat things like a game. He learned unexpected things often occur, and he should be prepared for them. Wang Wei watched these events from a different perspective. And with each memory he has a better understanding of his mind and self. So, he continued forward. Next, he relived the day he met Wu Hong at the academy. Although it was the first time he saw her, she was breathtaking, captivating, mesmerizing, and enchanting. In an instant, he was enamored with her and felt they were destined to be together. How he felt about her was odd by all accounts. He was a person from Earth and knew love at first sight was superficial. He was a person who wanted to transcend fate and achieve ultimate freedom. So, how could he allow fate to determine his Tao companion? However, he did not care. For a man of his intelligence and rationality, he should have been instantly weary of her. But he made the illogical choice and decided to believe her despite how often his mind told him he was wrong. I took a leap of faith, and it paid up, he pondered with a smile as he reviewed the memory of when the two first met. Our love story has just begun. As you said, our bond will transcend fate and last until eternity. With a reassured mind, he continued forward. The next memory was brief but also vivid, the first time he met Di Tian. Although he only looked at the latter from a distance through a door, he knew this person was extraordinary and might become his greatest obstacle to proving the Tao and achieving eternity. Wang Wei glanced at Di Tian standing at the entrance door to Su Shi's heaven-chosen poetry meeting before continuing forward. Subsequently, Wang Wei saw the scene when he killed Ji Song. He was overwhelmed by anger because someone like Ji Song actually tricked him, which deeply hurt his pride. He was always the one who schemed over others, so he could not control himself once someone did it to him. How immature I was back then, he muttered, shaking his head. Then he continued his journey. The next memory involved Di Tian again. It was the battle at the heavenly abode world. In that fight, Wang Wei experienced his greatest failure since his cultivation journey. That event was a turning point in his life. He experienced humiliation, pain, and despair. He had never come so close to death in his life. In that fight, he felt Di Tian was an insurmountable mountain, crushing him physically and spiritually. Many times, he felt despair not only because he was close to death but because he could not see the hope of overcoming this monster. Without his pressure, I would never reach my current height, he commented. There is a saying back on Earth that a hero is only as good as his villain. Batman would not be as great as he is without the Joker, and the same for Superman and Lex Luthor. Wang Wei agreed with this saying. Of course, in the case of Di Tian and him, they were two villains. Wang Wei continued watching the battle. This is the second time someone successfully schemed against me. And this, I completely lost and suffered immensely. Wang Wei had hundreds of ways to justify his loss. However, a defeat was a defeat. No matter his justification, it did not change the fact Di Tian bested him. This event is also the time I killed the most lives, innocent lives. Although most of these deaths resulted from Di Tian's control, he also had no time to consider the lives of the countless mortals in the heavenly abode world, thus actively killing trillions in the process. In the cultivation, human life is truly one of the most worthless things, he muttered with a sigh. Over the years, he had long overcome the guilt of his actions. It can be argued that I've become more ruthless and unfeeling. People have the right to call me a mass murderer, and they would be justified. However, the way I see it, I've come closer to achieving my goal of being unfettered by things like human morality. Wang Wei was calm and peaceful. The only thing that mattered was not people's perception of him or how the world viewed him. The only important thing is my heart. I am at peace with who I am and my actions, and that's all that matters. Wang Wei felt his Tao heart strengthened, so he continued forward. The next memory was his mental breakdown after learning about his grandmother's upcoming passing. Due to heart devil and inexperience regarding losing his loved ones, his mental state collapsed, and he went on a rampage. Please visit Panda, N0V1. Well, I may have overreacted, he muttered with some embarrassment. He could not help despite how thick-skinned or shameless he was. During that mental breakdown, I learned about the antithesis of my fate Tao in pursuit of freedom, free will or choice. He analyzed the memory. It's also because of this event I realized the weight of the burden placed on my shoulder. My parents, Li Jun, Yan Liling, and countless people were counting on me to prove the Tao. He continued walking, and the following core memories were all about the Supreme Outlaw trial. The entire event was highly stressful for him. Death loomed over him at all times, and this time, it was for real. During many of his near-death experiences, a small part deep in his mind always reassured him since he knew he could rely on his luck, his background, and Wu Hong to survive. However, none of these were helpful in the trial, and he had to rely on himself. I cannot believe how close I came to death. One wrong step and I would become one of the countless souls fallen while walking the Emperor path. Wang Wei shivered as he remembered the pressure he faced when Empyrean Black Heart showed up. If he were 1 second late and missed the opportunity, the latter would have eradicated him from the mortal world. And since it was a supreme outlaw trial, Wang Wei knew Wu Hong would not be able to revive him with existence reconstruction, unless she had the power beyond Grand Tao. Really closed, he muttered before focusing on the next core memory, Zhen Chao. Karma, the idea that actions have consequences, muttered Wang Wei as he looked at the young man full of hatred. In this situation he was undoubtedly the villain since he ordered Zhen Chaos death. Could all of this be prevented? He asked himself. If he did not order the killing of Patriarch Zhen Yong and the death of the entire Zhen clan, Zhen Chao would not have any reason to hate and desire to kill me. This question is meaningless, concluded Wang Wei. With his power, maybe he only needed to control the Zhen clan and not kill them. However, it would become more difficult to have absolute control of the great Xia dynasty. Human greed is endless. Even if spared Zhen Yong and the other noble clans, there is the possibility that they would take my kindness for weakness and secretly try to intervene in the dynasty's power. Without killing the noble clans, I would never have established such a prosperous dynasty and achieved rainbow luck in the trial. So, I don't regret my decision. Furthermore, even if I did not create Zhen Chao, Heavenly Tao would have created another Avenger to destroy because of the trial. This person could have been from all the lives destroyed in the heavenly abode world or the devil cultivators I killed after losing control. Wang Wei did not regret his decisions. All actions have consequences, that's karma. And since I have not transcended karma and become free and unfettered, I must obey this law. He had long accepted that he must play the game before winning it. And one of the rules of the game is being restricted by karma. Wang Wei's Tao heart once again sublimated as he continued his journey. The next memory he saw was when the mysterious masked man attacked him along with numerous emperors. For the second time, I lost someone dear to me, he pondered as he watched Ancestor Wuqing's death. And this time, it was my fault. I realized how weak and insignificant I was in the grand scheme of things. Then he watched how he died. Death, the end of life. I never thought it would be such a quiet and peaceful thing, commented Wang Wei. Another important aspect of this memory was the conversation he overheard while in a state of limbo. Unfortunately, he did not know the meaning of that conversation despite having thousands of theories. So, he did not let this event affect him too much. Anyway, he will one day find the answer. The memory moved forward and stopped to a recent event, Wu Hong's parting. Wang Wei relived that moment, and his heart still ached. A small part of him wanted to relive that memory over and over so he could still be with her in some shape or form. Sadly, he knew he could not live forever in his memory. So, process his pain and loss before moving on. The tempering is finished, but I have not found my answer. During his mortal dust, he wanted to know whether there was a reason he was so obsessed with attaining freedom and hoped to find an answer. In that case, let's go back even further to Earth. Repressed memories. Wang Wei's memories changed to his time on Earth. He saw a 5-year-old version of himself talking to a few kids at the orphanage while playing in the mud, trying to catch bugs and worms. "When I grow up, I want to be an astronaut and go to the moon," said big brother Sun Tian, a slightly chubby little boy that looked about 7 years old. "Xiao Yun, what do you want to be when you grow up?" he asked, looking at a cute little girl about 4 years old with twin braids. Let me think. "I want to be a doctor and save lives," replied Wei Yun, with dirt all over her pink cheeks. Despite being a girl, she did not care about the mud on her face and clothes. "Big brother Wang Wei, what about you?" "I want to be a famous football player like Ronaldinho, Zidane, or Rivaldo," replied Wang Wei with shining eyes. "I want to win the World Cup and be the best player in the world." "Really? That's awesome," replied Wei Yun. "I believe you can do it." "Me too," said Sun Tian as he patted the thin Wang Wei with a little too much force. "Don't forget to send me tickets to your games." "I will," replied Wang Wei with a smile. Then, his attention switched to something else as he yelled, "Caught one." "Really? Let me see." The scene broke, and Wang Wei saw another scene where he was a 7-year-old. He sat before his class teacher, and the latter looked at him with a frown. "Wang Wei, I heard you want to become a football player?" "Yes, it's my dream." "It's such a waste of your intelligence," said the teacher. "Plus, you have no chance." "What? Teacher, what do you mean?" "Do you know how low of a chance it is to become an international football player?" asked the teacher before spending the next 10 minutes telling Wang Wei about the current situation of China's football league, about the lack of funding, the low statistic to enter well-known leagues like La Liga, and his lack of talent in the department. The teacher even showed him videos of children his age displaying remarkable talent and abilities. "Wang Wei, I'm not saying this to affect you negatively, I just want you to be realistic. You are one of our best students. As long as you keep your grade consistent all the way to high school, you have the opportunity to enter the best university in the country and even study abroad. By then, you can become a doctor, lawyer, engineer, or scientist. That's the best way not to waste your talent." The young Wang Wei's face was pale, and his body trembled. "Wang Wei, children from your background cannot change their destiny through sport," the teacher said reassuringly. "Only through hard work and study can you succeed in life." Wang Wei left the office with his head lowered. From that day on, he never mentioned his dream of becoming a football player. He became more taciturn and focused on his study. The memory changed to another scene. Wang Wei was in his last year of high school, having dinner with his parents and little brother. "Wire, have you decided on a major to study?" asked his mother in a gentle voice. "Yes, I decided on civil engineering," he replied. "Any reason?" "No, I find it interesting." Wang Wei lied. His reason was that he wanted to build a football stadium. Although he could not be a player, he decided to build the stadium they played in. "I have already decided you will be studying business," said his father in an unquestionable tone. "Why would I do that?" argued Wang Wei, not hiding his annoyance and anger. "Otherwise, how will you help your younger brother manage the company?" No need to say anything. It's already decided." Wang Wei gritted his teeth before lowering his head. Meanwhile, his left hand clutched so hard that his nails cut into his skin. But he did not care about the pain. He secretly looked at his mother, hoping she could say something. However, she also had her head lowered. The scene flashed forward to Wang Wei during university. He visited his parents during vacation. The four had dinner, but the room was quiet, with only the sound of chewing and swallowing. After dinner, his father looked at him and directly said, "I have arranged a marriage for you. Her name is Liao Jinjin, and she is the beloved daughter of Liao Nianzu, the owner of Xinbei Group. Please visit Panda, N0V1. Co. This marriage will strengthen our group's alliance." Wang Wei looked at his father with a deadpan expression. In his mind, he was wondering where the man he knew and loved went, the man who adopted and doted on him. "So, it was not enough for you to decide my major, you also want to control my marriage too? What did you say?" "I don't think I stuttered." "You unfilial son," roared his father, slamming his hand on the table. "I raised you since you were little, put food on the table, clothed and housed you. Is this how you repay me?" Wang Wei clenched his hand as he looked the stranger in the eyes. His father snorted coldly, "Since when is it wrong for a father to decide his children's marriage?" Wang Wei did not say anything, and he did not speak to anyone in the house for the next week of his vacation. He did not even eat in the house. He returned to school and continued his life as if nothing had happened. However, 3 months later, a scandal shocked the country. Liao Jinjin, the princess of the Xinbei Group, was caught doing numerous illegal drugs and entering a hotel while snuggling intimately with another man. The news spread like wildfire as countless news outlets and online blogs talked about this event. Although some influential people tried to control the situation, it was useless. After that incident, his father never mentioned the marriage again, or any arranged marriage for that matter. Wang Wei calmly watched these events. He realized many things from these few memories. For example, he subconsciously buried many of his Earth memories because of the pain and trauma. Secondly, he finally understood why it was so easy for him to integrate into this world and accept his new family. For once, he genuinely wanted parental love and concern. He wanted a happy and loving family with no strives. But it's also because his situation on Earth was not ideal. When I first reincarnated into this world, I had no urge to return to Earth. I knew I could do it once I was strong enough, but I was not in a hurry, nor did I have any longing for life on Earth. Now I understand why. He sighed as he felt more at peace. Then, the scene changed one last time. Pan, Kin 0v1. See, what is this? "The report you asked for," he replied, trying to control his anger. "Is this how I told you to do it?" screamed Manager Zhang. Everyone in the office could hear him. "This is what's best for the client?" "Says who? You?" continued the manager with his loud voice. "Listen up, boy. I heard you spread rumors you were the president's son. Do you think I would fall for such a low-level tactic?" Manager Zhang once saw the president and his son during a company meeting and knew the latter looked nothing like Wang Wei. "I didn't spread any rumors." "Then who did?" "How would I know?" "Boy, watch your tone," said Manager Zhang. "Redo the report. As punishment for your insubordination, you will have a 3 months pay cut." Wang Wei glanced at the manager, making the latter shiver for a moment. Then he went to his desk without saying anything else. A month later, the company arrested and fired Manager Zhang for corruption and bribery. The odd thing is they found numerous information, but Manager Zhang insisted to his last breath he was innocent. "No wonder I want freedom," muttered Wang Wei with a sigh. "Restricted by the people I trusted, controlled by my family, and pressured by society. In my previous life, I was incapable of controlling my fate." He thought of the major decisions he could not make, and there were a few. For many years, he felt powerless and bottled up many emotions. Although he would strike back, but only when pushed to the edge. However, he went along with the flow most of the time and accepted his fate. "My life on Earth was suffocating. So, when given a chance to acquire power beyond human understanding, it's normal for me to want absolute freedom." Suddenly, Wang Wei frowned. After this tempering, his Tao heart should have been perfected. And in some ways it was. However, something in the back of his mind was itching. "Things are not so simple," he muttered. "I'm missing something. My experience on Earth is not the only reason for my desire to control fate." Fate seed. Wang Wei reviewed his memory from the moment he was born all the way to his death, checking every detail to see if he missed any vital component. Regrettably, he found nothing. He frowned. Could it have something with my sealed memories? He looked at the memories after the space crack swallowed him, and he entered the void-like space. He saw a seal similar to the one containing all his spiritual power. These memories are larger than even my time in the cultivation world. He pondered whether to remove the seal. With his current soul and overall power, it should be no problem. No, let's wait. These memories were vast and spawned eons, thus requiring more time to view and analyze. Furthermore, he will see how he acquired his immense willpower, making it easier to control. However, this process requires a slow and long process. He did not know whether he could complete it before the heaven will battle. So, Wang Wei reviewed his memories from Earth, focusing on the tiniest detail. He wanted to know if his memories in life subtly influenced his current self. My Earth memories formed my core personality and ideals despite how long I've spent in this world. Over time, I have been assimilated by my experience in the myriad Emperor world, but certain core ideologies and personality traits remain the same. So, how much influence do my Earth memories have on me? Wang Wei reviewed his memories, focusing on how the Earth has influenced his cultivation journey. And in the process, he found many subtle influences he did not notice before. Wu Hong once told me how certain paragons' repressed memories have influenced their mind and Tao heart, so a few of them will erase or seal the memories of their past life to prevent this from happening. Maybe she already saw my situation, he thought before as he continued to comb through his mind and analyze how his past experiences influenced his current self. Even though I have used many ideas from Earth, I usually treat my experience there as if it had no relationship with this life. It was as if I had cut off my karma with my past. Wang Wei treated his past life as such, his past life. Besides a few regrets he had and hoped to make up for one day once his cultivation reached a certain level, he cared little about his experience on Earth and did not think they had such a significant influence on him. As for his obsession with controlling Earth, before the mortal dust, he did not think it was an obsession. He thought it was a common goal or ambition he had after coming to this cultivation world. It was only after experiencing mortal dust he realized his desire to control fate was abnormal and wanted to find the cause. Was I wrong? Was my desire to become free and unfettered a product of my environment on Earth, or is there something more to it? He frowned as he reviewed his memories over and over but found nothing. Do I need to review my seal memories? No, it will take too much time to search. I have a better way. A projection of the river of fair manifested above his head as he divined the truth he wanted. Wang Wei's mind traveled through the river made of white and silver strings, combing through the universe. He searched for the truth he wanted but was unsuccessful. But he did not give up. He pushed his body, soul, and Tao to the limit for this divination. His Tao tree cracked, and blood spilled from his eyes, mouth, ears, and nose. His hair turned dull gray like an old man, but he did not care. Wang Wei continued roaming through the river of fate to find the answer he wanted. Bang! A vast amount of information entered his mind when he was on the verge of reaching his limit. Pan, DN0VE1, C, and more information entered his mind, such as fate seeds are often people that do not like to be bound by rules and restrictions, people who pursue freedom. Most fate seeds are true devils, but not all true devils are fate seeds. Another taboo, pondered Wang Wei, who was now numb since it was like the fifth or sixth one. So, he focused on the crucial information. Fate seeds controlling the river of fate. Why does the river of fate need control? Ding. He did not finish his thought as he saw the river of fate's projections suddenly turn into a real one. Then he heard a loud voice full of killing intent. You little ant. The river of fate protects the seeds from my eyes, but you were stupid enough to divine the truth. As Wang Wei heard the voice, he suddenly found himself unable to move, and his thoughts slowed down. Shit, he cursed as he knew he might truly be in trouble this time. Furthermore, he no longer has his powerful wife to protect him. Wang Wei quickly calmed down as his intuition told him Wu Hong would also be powerless if she were present. Please visit Panda, N0V1. Co. And then saw a man with dark gray hair, pure black eyes, and short hair, handsome and ethereal, appearing from the river of fate. The man sat on a throne, his eyes exuding the pride of someone who has looked down on all myriad beings. The young man looked at Wang Wei directly from the river of fate that flowed throughout the entire chaos universe. A terrifying killing entered Wang Wei's mind, almost collapsing his soul. He could feel even his willpower was useless in front of this young man's gaze. Is this what true power is? He thought calmly. In this brief situation, he realized how powerless he was. All his intelligence, cunningness, and power were useless before this person. His mind tried to work and find a way out. Unfortunately, even his thinking had drastically decreased. He felt it took millions of years to think of a single word. A desperate and impossible situation, he concluded. Regardless, he did not give up trying and remained calm. "It's you," said the ethereal young man, his voice full of fear, anger, and hatred. His eyes, who seemed to have been calmed and without fluctuation for millions of yuan epochs, suddenly shook, displaying his uncontrolled emotions. He looked at Wang Wei with gritted teeth. He snorted before leaving. The river of fate disappeared as if it had never appeared. Wang Wei exhaled deeply, his mind working correctly. This person knows me? No, it should be future me, he postulated. This finally concluded my future self truly reached transcendence. At least, took a half step like Maitreya and supreme unity. This person gave him a feeling similar to Grand Tao, grand, noble, supreme, and irresistible. Although his aura was not the same as the Grand Tao Eye, their essence was similar. As such, he did not doubt the latter surpassed the power of Paragon. Transcendence, a being that has escaped the shackles of space-time, of the river of time, analyzed Wang Wei as he realized why this person knew him. As for why this person did not kill him, there are many possibilities, but the greatest is he could not. Most likely, his future self would intervene. Paragons can travel to the past and kill emperors before they prove the Tao. So, they could technically do the same with other paragons. So, a battle between paragons can quickly turn into a battle to protect their past selves. Wang Wei frowned as he could imagine his paragon future self is currently fighting many enemies trying to travel downstream of the river of fate, trying to kill the current him. In the future, I might have the power to fight paragons at the Empyrean level. However, I should never reveal my identity. He could foresee that he could defeat a paragon, but the latter ran to the past to kill him, but he will be powerless since he's only an Empyrean. Maybe he could protect himself to some extent since he controls time Tao, but he did not want to take risks. So, he warned himself to be cautious. I need to focus on the more important thing. Paragons should have some limitations on how much they influence the past, he continued. However, half-step transcendence might not have such restrictions. His mind worked faster now he was free. This person is probably the current abjugator of fate. However, for some reason, the river of fate or Grand Tao is not satisfied with him, so they are already planning his replacement. So, he wants to eradicate all the fate seeds to ensure his position. So, why does the river of fate want to replace him? Did he do something? Could there be any relations with the ultimate taboo? His mind calculated numerous possibilities, but he could not conclude anything because of the lack of information. I just acquired some answers, but I also have more questions. If my future self took a half step into transcendence, why did he not take control of the river of fate? Wang Wei paused as he realized the reason. Since he found the existence of fate seed, he would probably refuse to take control of the river. After all, he wants true detachment, so he despises the river of fate that has been planning against him since birth. So, instead of controlling the river of fate, I should. His eyes squinted as he began to plan for his path of transcendence. Although he only has vague ideas and no concrete plan, it was more than 99% of sentient beings in the chaos universe. Wang Wei breathed out as he found his Tao heart was perfected about finding his status as a fate seed. He looked at his terrible state and knew he would soon visit Elder Tao. So, he prepared to return to the sect. but his steps suddenly stopped. No, things are not so simple as it seems on the surface, he pondered as he thought of something that made him see the chess game that spawns across space and time. Terrifying conjecture? Wang Wei asked himself, how did he acquire the title or position of Fate Seed? The logical answer is Grand Tao, or the River of Fate, saw his personality and desires after he reincarnated into this world and gave him the position. There is even a high possibility he became a Fate Seed once he was in the void, trying to survive by swallowing these purple orbs, meaning someone or something had determined his life and destiny eons ago. However, what if things were worse than I anticipated, thought Wang Wei, looking at the world through complete malice. What if I was a Fate Seed ever since I was a mortal on Earth? What would be the implications behind this notion if it were true? Despite how horrifying this theory was, he calmed down to ponder the significance behind this possibility. Firstly, it will mean the prehistoric world is not completely sealed or out of Grand Tao's control. Instead, the latter has been planning how to deal with and regain control of the prehistoric for a long time. Wang Wei's mind entered a state of absolute calm, and his soul began to evolve the changes of the entire chaos universe. In the process, his understanding of Yin-Yang Tao, especially regarding the changes in the world. Grand Tao placed countless fate seeds in the prehistoric world, and I was one of them. Unfortunately, I had an accident and should have died. However, through sheer willpower, I created a miracle and reversed my fate. However, Grand Tao did not allow such a pawn with great potential to escape so easily and granted me the Fate Seed position for the entire Choice universe. I guess I should be happy my position elevated from the potential manager of a small branch, normal chaos world, to the potential leader of the entire chaos universe. Wang Wei could not hide the sneer in his eyes, but he soon calmed down. Although he did not know 100% whether he was correct, he knew his conjecture had a high probability of being the truth. So, he continued to theorize based on his previous assumptions. My death might not be an accident, but the prehistoric world's heavenly Tao way of cleaning up cancers. The fate seeds chosen by Grand Tao were similar to viruses in the prehistoric world and were potentially harmful. If that conjecture is true, why did Hongjun save me? According to mythology, he should have fused with heavenly Tao and become the embodiment of the Tao. Wang Wei frowned as his theory began to collapse once he thought of this. So, either I am wrong or the mythology is unreliable, and Hongjun did not fuse with heavenly Tao. Of course, there is a third possibility. He let me live for another reason. Wang Wei was more inclined to the third reason. According to my previous predictions, Hongjun reincarnated multiple people from Earth, or the prehistoric world entered different chaos worlds for some reason. Whatever that reason might be, why he chose to let me live. Wang Wei took a deep breath before continuing to theorize. Grand Tao's purpose is leaving so many pawns in the shape of fate seeds in the prehistoric world is most likely for them to control the branch of the river of fate in that world, thus allowing it to regain absolute control of the prehistoric world. However, Wang Wei frowned. Does the prehistoric world even has a river of fate? Wang Wei would not usually ask such a question, but after seeing the development of the science and technology world, he understood the prehistoric world might be a place where the laws of the entire world are different from the entire chaos universe. So, it's not out of the realm of possibility that it did not have a river of fate. River of Fate might be a module only for this Choice universe, thought Wang Wei as he remembered his theory on what existed beyond the chaos universe. However, this was not the time to get into these things, so he focused on the task at hand. Pialfriend Alpha No One, however, there is another flaw to this theory. How can Grand Tao control the prehistoric world through the River of Fate? If a fate seed successfully created the river, the power that protects the prehistoric world should completely isolate Grand Tao's power. This meant that the River of Fate would be an isolated branch of the main river. For countless years, Grand Tao has not been able to breach that power. So, how could it control the prehistoric world from the inside? Unless there is something wrong with the body of these fate seeds. A look of horror flashed in Wang Wei's mind, but he used his terrifying willpower to calm down. Please visit P-alpha-1. Calm down. This is only one possibility. His mind rushed to the limit as he tried to figure out other possibilities. Fish bones stuck on the throat, he suddenly thought as his eyes lit up. Whatever power that protects the prehistoric world is on par or can compete with Grand Tao. This power could be from Hongjun or the legendary Pangu, who opened the world. However, its origin does not matter for now. Because of that power, the prehistoric world is like a bone stuck in Grand Tao's throat, a bone it cannot swallow or get rid of. However, Grand Tao can do the same to the prehistoric world and plant a bone it cannot swallow, a river of fate. Wang Wei's soul began working faster and harder than ever since he started his cultivation journey. He used his spirit particles to divine his mind into trillions and achieved accelerating thinking. Furthermore, his 365, future Buddha self, also contributed. As such, Wang Wei felt he was closer to the truth. The prehistoric world's river of fate is like a seed for Grand Tao's plan. And once a fate seed controls the river, the seed will activate, and the plan will be completed. By then, the prehistoric world will become of the many normal chaos worlds in the universe and probably no longer be a taboo. Then, the fate of Earth will be determined. If science and technology is a taboo because it originated from the prehistoric world, it will be fine. If it is because of something else, then Grand Tao will erase it from existence. Wang Wei exhaled as his soul slowed down. He felt he was closer to the truth of the universe. Although this possibility has a higher chance of being true, there is also the possibility of the first one or a combination of the two. So, how to deal with it if it's true? He frowned again as he realized unless he reached a similar level to Grand Tao, he would never know whether the latter placed something inside his body or soul due to his status as a fate seed. Two options: use outside help like the dark truth. However, I cannot rely on unknown power for everything. A ruthless light flashed in his mind. The second option is to abandon my body, soul, and even existence. Find another body and implant my memories, thoughts, patterns, goals, ambitions, and ideologies into it, turning it into me. With this method, Wang Wei would essentially be dead since even his existence would be different. However, this is another way to break the game. The chosen body will be someone else dominated by his memories and ideologies, so in some ways, it is him. The only issue is the face, but that can easily be changed. Wang Wei did not want to use a clone to prevent the possibility of failure, so it had to be an entirely different person. Wang Wei took a moment to refine this desperate plan. He decided the chosen body should be from his world of science and technology to prevent possible errors or tempering from Grand Tao. Grand Tao is ruthless, and everyone in their eyes is equal, so an ant and a paragon are essentially the same. So, it can use the entire chaos universe as a chessboard. Only by taking a step into transcending can it barely be qualified as a chess player, muttered Wang Wei as his Tao heart became perfect, and his state of mind reached its final sublimation in the mortal stages of his cultivation journey. He sighed as he felt his body become lighter and easier to use. However, I have still not overcome my bottleneck. Could I really have to wait for the final battle? His intuition told him he might have to wait until the battle to find what he was missing. Suddenly, he caught a whim of fate and made a divination. 2 battles, 2 breakthroughs, 1 useless, 1 successful, forming a cycle, finally breaking the shackles of death. Interesting, thought Wang Wei as he realized he might have to change some of his tactics for this final battle. Final preparations. Wang Wei sat cross-legged on the floor as Elder Dan injected energy into his body, repairing his injured body, soul, and Tao tree. Then, Origin 1 suddenly appeared in the room. He looked at Wang Wei and felt he was different. He felt a sense of peacefulness and completeness. Origin 1 secretly nodded as he guessed he must have significantly benefited during his outing. "You really are a troublemaker," he said as he looked at the latter's terrible state. "Trouble follows me like a vulture to dead meat," shrugged Wang Wei. "So, who made you in such a state? Unless you want to be involved in a taboo, don't ask." No need, he shook his head. He already felt something wrong when he saw Wang Wei was the only one who returned. However, after seeing no deep sadness emanating from him, and his Tao heart was intact, he felt relieved. You remind me of a young Qian, added Origin 1. Oh, was my ancestor a troublemaker as well? I was the Tao protector of these 3 little brats as they traveled throughout the endless void, said Origin 1 with a look of reminiscence. Yen Hai had quite the temper when she was young, and with her unparalleled talent, she got into a lot of trouble. Wang Chishan was a very curious individual, and with his ideas that often contradicted the time, he also made a lot of enemies. Only Li Ming was the voice of reason. He was the calm and rational one of the group. However, once you angered him, he was truly a scary individual. 3 of them were people of great destiny. So, once they were together, they were as bad as you when it came to attracting trouble. The ancestors' stories seemed quite interesting, nodded Wang Wei. I always felt it was a pity battle maniac did become an eternal emperor. He was destined to have such an achievement, replied Origin 1. Oh, his talent should have been more than enough. Heavenly Tao cannot tolerate a sect to have 3 eternal emperors, let 3 consecutive ones. It would break the power balance of the entire lower dimension. He had his suspicion after the sudden and legendary rise of the sword-casting villa's founder. And after Li Ming only became a pseudo-emperor, he affirmed his suspicions. Origin 1 side with some helplessness, it's all about balance. Back in their era, most worlds had just survived the null era, leaving them with broken civilizations. If the Tao opening sect had 3 eternal emperors, it would have the power to conquer the endless void. Even to the present, there have been only 2 factions with 2 eternal emperors. I guess if it were not for the current situation, it would have become 100 times more challenging for you to become an eternal emperor. No, the Spirit Genesis sect is probably going to have a 3rd one as well, so it's balanced out, replied Wang Wei with a frown. The only issue is my father and the others. Your father's talent is also unparalleled. With your destiny protecting him, he won't have an issue. However, if you want the others to become eternals. Origin 1 shook his head. Wang Wei grunted as he predicted this outcome. With Li Jun, Yen Liling, and his mother's talent, they met the requirement to become eternal emperors. However, there is a tiny chance they will succeed. Heavenly Tao is on my side, but it is still a program that will execute its orders. So, it will not be lenient on me and maintain the balance. So, my only option for the others might be the Dusk Emperor's method of becoming a boundless paragon. Let's not mention these things for now, added Wang Wei. Does the sect has good ways for me to temper my body? He wanted to see if there was a way to increase his strength as much as possible in the last few hundred years. Currently, only his body and law comprehension have room for improvement. However, law comprehension takes time, and the body is difficult to temper unless he used the method he's been preparing for after becoming a great emperor. For example, the poisons Yen Liling raised for him. Or, began cultivating the Fiend God 12 revolutions. Over the years, he modified this method and even created the embryonic form of the 10th revolution. However, he still wanted to wait until he became an emperor before completing the technique and cultivating it. Origin 1 frowned before saying, I can think of one method that mortal can use. However, there might be some hidden dangers, so you decide whether to use it or not. What method? Follow me. Origin 1 led him to a secret realm in the sect where he saw 9 pools of blood. Some were golden, pure red, white, and even black. And from each blood he sensed a different power or Tao. Is this? Yes, Emperor bloods from the ancestors. Wang Wei's eyes lit up after seeing this. This should be some good stuff. If we have such a thing, why not baptize young children with the Emperor's blood to increase their talent? We have done this before, said Origin 1. However, the blood contains their imprint. After entering the void-shattering realm, the imprint will forcibly change the law of these children. So far, only 2 people successfully fought against that process, Hell Judgment and Rainbow. However, I suspect it is the reason they are only first-class emperor and not pseudo-eternal. Is this the hidden danger you said? practice. Although you have great emperor's power, your essence is still mortal and can be influenced by their imprint. So you decide whether to take the risk. Forget it, replied Wang Wei. He was so close to the final battle, and he did not want to take risks that could complicate things. It's up to you. Wang Wei did not waste time and left to see his family. Why, you're back? Where is Hong? Asked Yu Yen, who was sewing a new set of clothes. She was almost done with the process and planned to refine it into an artifact afterward. She's gone. She paused. We knew this day might come. Are you okay? I will manage. Your grandfather left his retreat. Let's have a family dinner. Please visit P-Alpha-1. Ko, Wang Wei walked to the backyard and saw his father slowly practicing the sword. Meanwhile, his grandfather was reading a book. He immediately frowned as he saw the latter. What's wrong with you? He could feel a breath of decay on his grandfather's body, which only appears to people close to their lifespan limit. I overdid it a little, replied Wang Chang, and Wang Wei knew what he meant. His grandfather's talent was genuinely subpar compared to his and his father's. As such, even with the method created by Wang Wei, the final result of his training would be 1 to 2 leaf. However, he was ruthless and sacrificed his lifespan to increase his potential, thus achieving 3-leaf peak. In your current situation, even Elder Dan can't easily fix you. Sacrificing lifespan for potential was not the same as doing for a sudden burst in power. The damage was more severe. Don't worry. With your health-preserving art, I can live for a few thousand more years, replied Wang Chang calmly. He had made his choice and was at peace with it. Furthermore, he still has hope as long as his grandson becomes an emperor. However, he did not say these words because he did not want to put more pressure on Wang Wei. He'll give you some chaos chi to absorb. No need, use it before the battle. All right, Wang Wei said as he no longer persuaded him. The family had dinner, and they reassured Wang Wei everything would be all right without Wu Hong. Finally, Wang Wei prepared to spend the remaining 400 years in retreat. However, he suddenly had the idea of checking out the source chi space. With my current strength, it should be no problem to take along. Without hesitation, he used his chi flower ability to access the source chi space. Wang Wei found himself in a world that was blue and white. The ground, sky, and air seemed the color blue. Roelfa Dialpha and knew Omis this mountain made of chi? He used his divine sense to check, and his assumption was correct. This mountain was not composed of matter but pure energy or chi. This is fascinating, he commented as he tried to teleport before the mountain. However, he discovered it was 1,000 times more challenging to teleport to the distance, and it was easier to fly. What a great restriction. Wang Wei flew to the mountain to analyze it. However, he suddenly felt a sense of danger and flew into the distance. Boom! The mountain exploded out of nowhere. This power is very close to 3rd class. Is this place so dangerous? Moreover, what are the rules and regulations? He muttered. Wang Wei pondered for a moment before deciding to check the other areas. However, he suddenly stopped as he noticed an abnormality in his body. My lifespan is reducing with each passing minute, he thought with a frown. Is this because I'm still immortal and do not have the immortal essence of a Tier 11 cultivator? Wang Wei weighed the pros and cons of the situation before deciding to return once he became an emperor. So, he left the source chi space and returned to his retreat. The sex emperors left the unique status of them preaching the Tao. He decided to use them during this retreat. Time passed, and the world became quiet as every heaven chosen's prepared for the final preparations. Everyone thought this peace would remain the same until the time of the final battle. However, 3 years before the date, something happened that caught the attention of the entire world. Wang Wei left his place of retreat as he floated above the sect. Many people followed him as they looked at the sky. A cloud of purple shrouded the entire world. Tao lotus, music, and golden clouds scattered above the heavens. Someone prove the Tao, commented Wang Chang. Su sure, suddenly said Wang Wei. You think it's her? Very likely. In that case, she's most likely an eternal emperor. Once an emperor appears, there will be visions and auspicious signs throughout the world and even the entire world community. However, once an eternal emperor appears, their vision will also spread to nearby world communities. As such, Wang Wei believes this sign is from the emperor of the martial hegemony world community. I wonder how far her vision spread, added Wang Tian. She's very talented and might become an eternal supreme, commented Wang Wei. So, it should be pretty far. What about your vision? Asked Yu Yen with a smile. You can wait and see, replied Wang Wei with a confident smile. Anyway, it will truly be brilliant and a sight to see. We are waiting. End of Voluminext volume. Fate Dominating Emperori will be on hiatus until April 1st. Three days. Wang Wei sat cross-legged in the air with a book in his hand. Throughout his years in retreat, he focused on reading cultivation systems from other world communities. He learned many things, especially from the Emperor Dao world, the Star Beast world, and Ji Lanfang's world. The Emperor Dao world's cultivation system was beneficial to his fate palaces since the spiritual foundation was the source of their creations. The Star Beast worlds reached an extreme in refining the body, so it helped immensely. In the past 500 years since his breakthrough into the quasi-emperor world, he increased his strength by 1 fiend god force to reach 20. Ji Lanfang's cultivation system was interesting because of the Dao treading realm in which cultivators create a heaven path toward the grand Dao source. He theorized the creator tried to develop a way for people to use this road to become great emperors without relying on the heaven will. Wang Wei became inspired by this technique and thought of creating a heaven road leading to the source qi space and relying on it to bring innate qi to the myriad emperor world. This method might be more reliable than the one he thought. Or a combination of the two. After reading and understanding another cultivation system, Wang Wei put it away before taking out an ordinary-looking book. He did not immediately open it but caressed the cover. He flipped the first page and stared at the handwriting. For a moment he was dazed, lost in his memories. He subconsciously touched the handwriting before sighing. He had read this book more than 1,000 times, so people would think it would be some peerless technique. And in some ways, the information contained was as precious as any peerless emperor scripture. Wu Hong left him this notebook with many reminders and a few pieces of information, many of which he could only open after proving the Tao. However, the ones he could read were indeed important. For example, she reminded him that willpower was very important to body refiners after opening the gate of power and gate of flesh. According to her, it is one of the core power of indestructible Empyreans and inextinguishable paragons. Willpower, along with obsession and other strong emotions, is considered one of the few powers in the chaos universe capable of creating miracles. Another critical knowledge she left for him was her understanding of the Emperor's body and the technique of awakening. Finally, it was her warning that anything could happen in the final battle, and he should be psychologically prepared for the worst-case scenarios. Wang Wei calmly read the notebook, not impatient in the slightest despite already memorizing every word. In the process, he felt she was next to him, teaching him. He remembered the days when she tried to be serious and teach him something, but he purposely acted like a rascal and secretly harassed her. Muttered Wang Wei as he felt something. A token appeared before him, sending him more information. Only 3 days? It's finally time, muttered Wang Wei. He knew the decisive moment had arrived. After cultivating for millions of years, all cultivators with ambitions will fight in a decisive battle. The winner becomes king, proves the Tao, attains immortality, and becomes an existence that stands above myriad races and worlds, a being that escaped the shackles of death, sickness, and aging. Meanwhile, the loser will either die or suffer in agony after missing this opportunity. They have to slowly watch as their lifespan runs out and enter reincarnation. The Emperor system is truly cruel. Trillions of cultivators fighting in a cage match like animals, doing their best for one opportunity. Wang Wei sighed. Many years ago, he described the heaven will battle the same way poison Dao cultivators raised Gu, placed a bunch of venomous and poisonous insects into a cage and had them fight and absorb each other's poisons. The final winner will be the most poisonous creature. This method disgusts me, but I also understand one must play the game to win it. His current self was nowhere near the stage where he could make or even bend the rules. Wang Wei regained his composure before waving his hand to send the message to the sect. With this single move, the entire Dao opening sect began to operate at an unprecedented height. And it was not only them. All factions in the world participating in this battle began to move: emperor lineage and supreme lineages, devil cultivators, demons, and even loose cultivators. Wang Wei walked out of his mansion and went to see his parents. If things went wrong, he might only have the last 3 days with them. Although he had already made multiple preparations, things often went wrong, so there was no perfect plan. He walked into the room and saw his family waiting for him. His mother and father looked the same. Meanwhile, his father's aura had improved, but by not much. Sacrificing lifespan for potential was not a simple thing and had severe consequences. No matter the world community, the lifespan limit of quasi-emperors is 1 yuan epoch or 1,269 trillion years. However, after what his grandfather did, his limit was reduced to 10 million years. And unless extraordinary measures are used, this fact cannot change. Furthermore, his remaining lifespan was less than 3,000 years. If I lose, this old man might not live long, thought Wang Wei. With his grandfather's current state, sealing himself with bloodstones might aggravate his situation instead of prolonging his life. How are you feeling? Asked Yu Yen. Please visit P-alpha-1. Calm and ready. That's good. You have prepared to the best of your ability, and that's all that matters. Wang Wei sat at the diner table. I have imparted all my experience to you, and you have read the experience of the sect's predecessors, so I have no other way to help you, added Wang Chang, who looked at his grandson with satisfaction and guilt. He realized he should have hidden his actions during the training to not put pressure on Wang Wei. If I stayed inside and waited until he left for the final battle, it would have been the best, thought Wang Chang before secretly shaking his head. He understood his grandson would have checked on him before the final battle. So, the current situation is due to his selfishness. You don't need to overthink about anything else, reassured Wang Wei, who guessed what was on his mind. That's right, added Wang Tian, who gave everyone a jar of wine. Ever since he was born as the young master of the sect, he was burdened with the hope, dream, and ambitions of millions of people. This is a destiny he could not escape from. Wire has always been an understanding child, said Yu Yen with a smile. To be honest, I hoped you did mature too soon or display your intelligence at such a young age. If it were up to me, I would want you to have a normal, peaceful, and ignorant childhood. We cannot change the past, said Wang Wei with a calm smile. Plus, I had a great childhood. His reincarnation into this world fulfilled his desire for maternal and paternal love, so, despite the immense pressure he faced, his childhood was one of his most precious memories. The family drank while eating. Soon afterward, Wang Tian became drunk. Wire, you have no idea how proud I am of you, said Wang Tian in a loud voice. I suppress a generation. Meanwhile, my son is one of the most brilliant heaven-chosen this world has ever seen. Even if you don't become a great emperor, your story will forever be entrenched in the annals of history. You will be a legend in the cultivating world. Wang Tian took a sip of his wine. My only regret is I could not be more helpful to your cultivation path. My job as a father should be to protect you from winds and clouds. Unfortunately, you grew too fast and beyond my capabilities. You did your best, said Wang Wei. Without your support, love, and guidance, I would not be who I am today. Is that so? I'm glad you feel that way. Don't bring up my sore spot. Wang Tian could not help but remember his dream of father and son fighting heaven and earth, both supreme swordsmen that have reached the pinnacle of the sword Dao. What a shame, he muttered softly before falling asleep. He's been paranoid recently that the heaven battle will suddenly be cancelled at the last minute, said Yu Yen as she looked at her husband's state. It's understandable, given what happened to your generation, commented Wang Cheng. Wang Wei did not say anything and continued drinking. The family spent the next few days together. One day before the due date, Li Jun, Yan Liling, and their family came to have dinner. Finally, it was the due date. "Are you ready?" asked Wang Wei as he looked at the four of them. "Yes," replied Li Jun, Yan Liling, and Wang Ju nodded, and Tai Gang was too nervous to answer. "Then let's go. The battle finally begins. Let's hope things go smoothly for Wang Wei and for me, the author, who is stressed out hoping this volume will be well written." Battle types. And, sorry it's late, so the chapter is not edited. Wang Wei and the group teleported to the Sky Blue Domain on the eastern side of the central continent. Their destination was the Bloodfish River, a relatively famous river in the continent because of a special fish called bloodfish. The fish was an excellent resource to temper the body, so many divine body realm cultivators will use it. Furthermore, it is also beneficial for healing injuries. A crack opened near the river, and Wang Wei's group suddenly appeared. Immediately, everyone suddenly became tense. Because of Wang Wei's fame and prestige, most people regarded him as the biggest threat to this battle. So, thousands of eyes secretly looked at him once he arrived. Some bold people even tried to test his power with their divine sense. Unfortunately, these stupid people suffered the consequences of their actions as Li Jun released a terrifying killing intent that destroyed their divine sense, thus giving these people a small penalty. "Did you notice?" asked Yan Liling through divine sense. "Yes, poison," replied Tai Gang. Many Heaven Chosens secretly released poison to affect the surroundings. "I'm speechless. Some people use this kind of low-level tactic," added Li Jun. Any factions with any experience in participating in the final battle know to be weary at the entrance. So, guarding against things like poison and spiritual hints was basic common sense. This tactic might be useless for us, but it might work for some of the supreme lineages, especially the ones who only cultivate a quasi-emperor in this generation, commented Wang Wei. Not all supreme lineages participate in the final battle. After all, as long as a faction has a true monarch, they are a supreme lineage. As such, many do not have the experience to guard against such tactics. Wang Wei looked around and recognized the participants, especially the one he had dealt with. However, he frowned when he realized there were a few he had no information on. "Young master, I'm sorry for my dereliction of duty," suddenly said Wang Ju. "It's fine. There is no absolute, so it's normal if you don't information on some people." Wang Wei knew the final battle was full of uncertainty. Some factions would hide behind the scene and show up at the last minute. As such, he would not blame Wang Ju for something outside of her capabilities. Wang Wei then paid attention to Mo Xingyun and Yu Zhou. The heaven-devouring emperor showed in his true form and did use a puppet. Yu Zhou had acquired a new body, but his soul aura was easily recognized. He knew why these guys were so confident to show before him. They were protected. The moment the final battle's date arrived, the participants' entrance token turned into the best defensive treasure in the entire Myriad Emperor world. Even if an Eternal Supreme attacked them, the latter would be unsuccessful because these participants were protected by Heavenly Tao. And during this period, the power of Heavenly Tao was at an all-time high. If anyone dares to threaten the accomplishment of the battle, Heavenly Tao has the right to borrow power from true Heavenly Tao and eliminate the threat. So, before entering the place of the battle, competitors can scheme against each other but cannot kill one another. I wonder whether Maitreya and Supreme Unity can interfere in the battle? Heavenly Tao should not be able to stop them, but would Grand Tao show up if they tried? Thought Wang Wei before focusing on another strange person covered in a hood, hiding from head to toe. This aura seemed familiar, but I couldn't recognize who it was. The person stood alone, so he could not tell who it was based on their generals. Suddenly, Wang Wei's eyes changed, and he saw something. Why did he change so much? He frowned as another variable that he did not account for appeared. Although he was not worried, he knew it was taboo to be careless during such an important event. Keep an eye on him, warned Wang Wei to Li Jun. I will. A crack appeared, and Di Tian's group arrived, followed by 4 people following him. Wang Wei glanced at him, resentment hidden deep in his eyes. A part of him blamed this bastard for Wu Hong's departure. If he was not so powerful and such a threat to him, how would she be forced to use her emperor's strength twice because of him? Of course, he blamed himself more. After all, if he was not so weak and forced into terrible situations multiple times, maybe she would still be with him. Even if she would one day dissipate, the time could be extended to before he ascended to the upper dimension. Wang Wei took a deep breath to control his emotions. He knew he had to be in the best state of mind for this battle, so he entered a state of intense focus and no distraction. Less than half an hour later, a scroll appeared above the sky with the rules of this battle. Please visit P-Alpha-1. A1 last man standing battle, Yen Liling stated. We already theorized this was the possibility, commented Li Jun. In this way, luck has no effect on who can prove the Tao in this generation, added Wang Wei. According to the sect's records, there are different types of heaven will battle. The most common one is everybody fights, and at some point, the heaven will appear, and the participants will rush over to get their hands on it. With this method, some lucky individuals might be closer to the heaven will and be lucky enough to be the final winner. However, they still have to survive until it appears. This is what happened in Wang Chang's generation. When there were less than 5 people battling it out, the heaven will appeared. However, Emperor Nine Sons, who was playing dead, suddenly appeared and released a devastating illusion on the remaining contestants before taking the heaven will. The other type of battle is one last man standing. As the name implies, the heaven will not appear until all participants are dead or defeated. The heaven will then appear in the palm of the last man standing. For this type of battle, luck is meaningless, and only strength and strategy matter. This type of battle is considered the cruelest of the bunch and usually cultivates the highest quality of the great emperor. I thought the rules would much crueler, said Tai Gang as he looked at one of the rules that state participants can give up and receive protection. However, they will no longer be able to interfere in the battle nor receive the heaven will. Furthermore, the participant cannot give up in the midst of battle and right before dying. Wang Wei understood the reason for this rule. Heavenly Tao wanted to save as many heaven chosens of this generation as possible since many had the potential to become eternal emperors. Young Master, Wu Ming sent us a secret signal, said Wang Ju through divine sense. Ignore him for now, there are too many eyes on us now. I will secretly contact him after we enter. All right, but cautious of his possible betrayal. Wang Wei knew Wu Ming's objective was to use his power to destroy the Origin Rune Palace and avenge his ancestor. And he did not mind helping the latter. After all, no matter how weak the current Origin Rune Palace was, it was still an emperor lineage created by one of the ancestors from the ancient emperor era. The destiny of re-establishing the formation Tao in the myriad emperor world would greatly benefit the sect. Regardless, he still needed to have his guard against possible treachery. Bang! An enormous white portal suddenly manifested before the group. Then, their entrance tokens suddenly appeared before everyone, emanating a brilliant light. Finally, one by one, the participants entered the portal, including Wang Wei's group. Is this the battleground? Muttered Wang Wei and the others, who found themselves on a deserted planet with no one in sight. They took one step and appeared outside of the planet's atmosphere. Alpha no one? Oh, a cosmic world setting? This is rare, commented Yen Liling, who knew such a setting for the final battle was rare according to the sect's record. This place is as large as 3 continents, commented Li Jun as he used his divine sense to sense the trillions of galaxies in the surroundings. Moreover, there seems to be other stuff. Li Jun felt the space was extremely solid that even ordinary quasi-emperors could not teleport. Moreover, his divine sense was also restricted in the size it could be spread. Isn't this place a little extravagant for a battle? Asked Tai Gang. Not really, if you consider Big Brother and Di Tian's strength, responded Li Jun. Heavenly Tao cancelled the previous generation's battle and cut off their supreme path to preserve more world source and condense more destiny for this generation, said Yen Liling with a sneer. However, it never considered two anomalies like Big Brother and DTON, so it must have been forced to use extra world source to create this battlefield. Let's not waste time. We have a plan for a setting such as this, so let's start, calmly said Wang Wei. The others agreed, so they took action. 100 million troops appeared on the planet, including professionals like Kai Song. Suppressing Fate Alliance on the move. Yes, I accept, replied Huang Yuan directly. Oh, so simple, said Mo Xingyun, not hiding the surprise in her voice. I thought I would have to convince you and even pay extravagantly before you agreed. Do you want me to fight with you and waste time? Of course not, she said with a smile. After all, I don't want our alliance to break down before accomplishing our goal. Mo Xingyun could not help but sigh at her bad luck. Fang Lijuan and Song Jiaolong died before the final battle, thus drastically weakening their alliance. These two were great pawns. It's a shame for their early death, she thought. She had many plans on how to use these two pawns to the fullest of their ability. Time is of the essence, so send me the thing you promised. I will give you a coordinate. Mo Xingyun frowned. Is there a problem? Said Huang Yuan with an ugly expression. I won't accept your proposal without what you promised me. No, I just found your eagerness a little suspicious. You don't need to care. So, are you sending it or not? She paused for a few seconds before smiling. No problem. Mo Xingyun waved her hand to teleport something to the location given by Huang Yuan. The latter disappeared from the screen for at least 30 minutes before reappearing. No problem. In that case, we can begin with the first step, continued Mo Xingyun. Remember to be careful and run if you can't succeed. Don't be hypocritical, Mo Xinjian. We both know you don't care about my safety. Yes, I don't. But you are currently worth more alive than dead. And if you ruin my plan because of your carelessness, I won't hesitate to eliminate you at all costs. Huang Yuan squinted his eyes. I will be careful. He terminated the communication array, leaving only Chen Chen and Mo Xingyun. Prepare for the second step once he finishes. Chen Chen nodded his head. Mo Xingyun could see he was uncomfortable talking. So, she also closed the array. She sat on top of a mountain on a planet, lost in her thought. No one knew what the Eternal Emperor was thinking. A few minutes later, she raised her head to look above. Her eyes ignored the vast difference in this cosmic universe, checking everything that was occurring in the different quadrants. Except with a few places with decent formations, she saw the chaos and madness of this battlefield. PL for Alpha No One. Oh, Mo Xingyun, you think you can use me as a pawn, but we will see who uses who. He spent a few hours preparing before heading to another quadrant. Eastern Quadrant. Li Jun stabbed his spear, killing a loose cultivator that tried to explode and perish with him. Why do I feel more people are participating in this battle than there should be? Didn't you read the report? Asked Tai Gang. What report? The report from the Fate Shadow Guard. Li Jun frowned before shaking his head. I must not have read. Yes, you were too focused on subduing that weapon, nodded Tai Gang. So, what happened? You remember how the boss allowed many Heaven Chosen to die during the cleanup? Yes, these people did not meet Heavenly Dao standard, so Big Brother allowed the foreign Heaven Chosens to hunt them down. Well, Heavenly Dao played dirty and distributed these people's entrance tokens throughout the world. Although most of these tokens cannot even bring 2 million troops, many people fought for them. Is that so? Uttered Li Jun, and that's not all. According to Wang Just analysis, some talented genius who woke up at the last minute might infiltrate this battlefield by posing as soldiers from people with entrance tokens. Li Jun shook his head. It's pointless to muddy the water using such a method. The majority of these people are nothing more than cannon fodders. I'm guessing the objective is to give a chance to these sealed or hidden Heaven Chosens. Heavenly Dao probably did not want to remove the probability that a peerless genius was amongst these groups. Please visit PL for Alpha-1. However, I agree it's pointless to do so. Tai Gang knew his boss' strength, so he knew Heavenly Dao's actions were futile. However, He did not care since his thought could not influence heavenly Tao. "Who's there?" suddenly said Li Jun, looking outside of the reach of the formation. "You detected me so soon." "It's you," he replied before frowning. "That power, that's Feng Lijuan's invisible talisman. How did you get it?" "You don't need to know." "Do you think we didn't know about your little alliance?" said Li Jun with a sneering. "Huang Yuan, you must have a death wish to attack us first." Huang Yuan stood in the void with his ex-wife, Fan Qianhan, standing behind him. He looked at the group and did not waste time. He summoned his legion and activated the moving array he had established. "Something is wrong," muttered Li Jun indeed. Huang Yuan was not this brave, especially after his loss to Big Brother, analyzed Yan Liling through divine sense from a distance. "More importantly, his legion seems weird," added Tai Gang. Li Jun also felt Huang Yuan's anomaly. So, he decided to play it safe and send a regiment of 10 million men composed of his slaughter legion. He wanted to test the water. So, 10 million void-shattering realm cultivators all cultivated slaughter or war Dao. These soldiers are the weakest of the legion, so they are not the perfect group to test Huang Yuan's situation. Of course, Li Jun will not let them die in vain, as he's prepared to intervene at any moment. After all, it was not easy cultivating so many void-shattering realm cultivators. The resources used on these 100 million soldiers are enough to make weak emperor lineages like the Divine Tao League cry in tears. Huang Yuan looked at these troops and secretly sighed as he saw their lowest cultivation level was void-shattering realm. The loose alliance sponsored him with many resources. However, he had to acquire many of the resources for his troops. But even then, a lot of his forces were in the primordial spirit realm. The ancients once said, to become an emperor, one needs talent, luck, destiny, and wealth. They should have emphasized more how important the wealth part was, sighed Huang Yuan. However, he was not disheartened by the situation since he had his trump card. He waved his hand to mobilize his legion, sending twice the number. Soon, the battle began as numerous lights appeared. Energy waves and the power law enveloped the surrounding hundreds of galaxies. Blood filled the empty void that was the endless space, painting the cosmos with a shade of red. Even outnumbering them, they still had the advantage, thought Huang Yuan calmly as he watched his men being slaughtered one by one. These soldiers are the elites amongst elites. He was not talking about their cultivation level but about their battle prowess, IQ, unity, and cooperation. Furthermore, they are undying by sharing their life force, he thought with his eyes shining. However, this is just the beginning. After less than an hour, Li Jun's soldiers slaughtered Huang Yuan's 20 million troops, with a death toll of less than 300. However, the latter was calm and composed. He only waved his hand to send another regiment thrice to his opponent's side. The situation was the same as the Slaughter Legion massacred the enemy. "Something is wrong," uttered Li Jun. He did not think Huang Yuan would send his man to die for no reason. Then he seemed to have thought of something. Could it be? He barely finished his thought before the situation on the battlefield changed. Huang Yuan's 50 million dead troops suddenly came back to life. The dead bodies floating in the void began to move before regrouping with their fellow comrades. They lined up perfectly as the well-trained soldiers they were. Furthermore, their aura drastically increased, and many soldiers made a breakthrough in their cultivation after this revival. "Is this the power of the life and death book?" muttered Tai Gang. "Trouble," spoke Li Jun softly. He did not care about these soldiers' ability to revive themselves. He knew these types of techniques had a limit to the number of revivals. However, he also did not want to lose many men during this fight. "Should I take action?" Li Jun frowned before yelling. "You dare!" He saw Huang Yuan create an enormous black hand containing the power of death and attack his troops. He stabbed his spear forward and destroyed the opponent's attack. "If you want to fight, it'll be your opponent," said Li Jun as he stepped out of the formation. Unfortunately, this act was a grave mistake. A light suddenly enveloped him before he or the others could react. Active? Excellent. The first step is completed, thought Huang Yuan calmly. He gazed at Tai Gang and Yen Liling, preparing for the second step. He activated the Life-Death Parade array he set up to counter Yen Liling's array. The power of life and death alternate, slowly eroding the enemy's formation. "Damn it," said Tai Gang with a frown. "What should we do now?" "I can feel he is still alive," said Yen Liling calmly. "So, we only have to wait until he gets out of trouble or deals with Huang Yuan to cancel whatever means he used. Do you want to send Wang Ju? The current her is nothing but a clone. Plus, it's too early for her to take action." "In that case, I'll go," said Tai Gang, who summoned his Proving Dao artifact. Iron-looking gloves encased his hand before flying out of the formation range. "I don't have time to waste on someone like you," said Huang Yuan coldly. "I'm only here for my revenge. So, get out of my way." "Do you think it makes sense to say these words to me?" said Tai Gang calmly. "Plus, you are the last person I would accept calling me a waste. I earn all my strength and power, but who in this generation does not know you're useless without that book?" Huang Yuan squinted his eyes but did not say anything or react. "In that case, let me get rid of you first." Palm of Death. His attack was simple and direct. He condensed an enormous palm containing an immense amount of the power of death. Everything in this palm's path became dead, whether it was matter, soul, flesh, or energy. "Immortal venerable strength," thought Tai Gang with a grave expression. According to the Fate Shadow Guard information, Huang Yuan had less than a 10% chance of breaking through the mortal-immortal barrier. Of course, this did not account for using secret techniques or other means. However, based on how easily he used such an attack, he might have succeeded. A rune appeared on Tai Gang's forehead before punching the palm. A terrifying vibration emanated from his body before exploding the palm, bombing it into non-existent. "One leaf strength," said Huang Yuan with a frown as he observed Tai Gang. Then, he shook his head. "I thought you had some achievement." It turned out to be the result of formation. Huang Yuan could tell this formation blessed Tai Gang's body, thus temporarily increasing his prowess. Tai Gang frowned as he felt pressured. His current strength was limited and would not last long. So, a protracted battle would make things difficult for him. Damn it, how could this Huang Yuan break the barrier? He felt frustrated, especially since he failed to do despite the excellent conditions the sect and boss provided for him. "Calm down," suddenly said a voice in his mind. "Huang Yuan is bluffing to weaken your aura and momentum. His strength is the result of sacrificing numerous lifespan to the book." Tai Gang squinted his eyes, but he did not say anything. However, his aura changed as he regained his calm and composed demeanor. Huang Yuan frowned as he sensed the change in his opponent's aura. Tai Gang opened his mouth, but no sound came out. However, immediately afterward, blood fell out of Huang Yuan's nose. A sound released at a vibration even I cannot detect? What's more, this vibration can directly attack the soul. The law of life nourished his body as he instantly healed the damage, including the one in his soul. "Wanna play sound with me?" thought Huang Yuan with a sneer. Sound of Death. His body released an undetectable or subtle vibration, killing everything in its path. He did not move or make any noise, but the surroundings suddenly began to decay and die. Tai Gang felt an omen of death, but he could not detect how the attack arrived. His intuition and vibration Dao told him it was a sound attack, but he could not understand it. Sound of defense, sound of healing, sounds are vibrations. Simultaneously, sounds have different effects on the mind, spirit, and soul. They can create a certain mood, like joy, anger, and motivation. And in some myths of folklore, sounds can heal. Using these concepts and ideologies, Tai Gang created these techniques for battle. His defense and healing capabilities drastically increased. However, he could sense his organs failing as the power of death slowly killed him. So, he popped a pill into his mouth, healing his injuries. At least, this was his attempt. Unfortunately, the pill only delayed the power of that attack. Tai Gang moved as he used the formation to create an imaginary world of decent size. He clenched his fist before punching. Universe's vibration. The formation allowed him to turn this imaginary world into a temporary real one. Then, Tai Gang vibrated every atom, molecule, particle, and energy from that universe and directed it at Huang Yuan. Please visit P-alpha-1. Co. Emichi created this technique based on Wang Weiss' world-destroying punch, where he vibrated every part of his fleshly body. Unfortunately, Tai Gang did not have such powerful flesh and blood, so he had to use something else as a replacement. Huang Yuan's face changed as he felt the terrifying power behind that attack. He immediately acted. Samsara seal. After a cultivator enters samsara, their strength and memories will be sealed to ensure their successful reincarnation. Huang Yuan imitated this ability to seal the power behind this attack before creating a black and white shield to protect him. With his quick decision-making, he was intact and survived. However, he was not happy. P-alpha-1. Ohai's pride would barely accept Li Jun as his equal, but Tai Gang, a servant from the lower realm? He cannot accept it. Unfortunately, it did not matter whether he accepted it or not. The truth was in front of him. With a calm composure, Tai Gang continued his offense, not giving his opponent a chance to react. Myriad Law Fist. Tai Gang's main Dao is vibration, but he also cultivated the sub-Dao of Fist. Back in the Warring Kingdom world, he had the title of Iron Fist King. So, he stuck to his roots and cultivated the Dao of Fist. The Myriad Law Fist is the pinnacle of his achievement in both Dao. He used the law resonance of the Fist Dao, which is also part of the martial Dao, and forced the laws between heaven and earth to vibrate. The Heaven Will battlefield is part of the Myriad Emperor world, so cultivators can still use law resonance. Tai Gang took advantage of this fact to create a terrifying attack. Of course, he could resonate with so many laws mainly because of the formation's boost on his soul or spiritual power. Bang! The surrounding hundreds of thousands of galaxies exploded due to the sheer vibrational power of that attack. This attack atomized everything in its path, except for a disheveled Huang Yuan. Even his life-death parade array could not withstand the power of this attack, so most of his legions were annihilated. However, Huang Yuan did not care since he could still revive them a few more times. He looked at Tai Gang with blood-red eyes. "I will make you pay." His voice was hoarse as he tried to contain his overwhelming rage. In less than a nanosecond, Huang Yuan gathered death power inside his body and used the attraction of life and death to instantly appear in front of Tai Gang, who contained the power of life since he's a living being. He raised his hand to hold Tai Gang by the throat, and the latter could not react. The only thing on Tai Gang's mind was, what a brilliant application of life and death Dao to achieve teleportation. As his mind wondered why Huang Yuan was this powerful, his body could not move or react and only watched the hand reach out for him. Bang! Huang Yuan flew backward as he looked at the cauldron that appeared and blocked him. He gazed at Yen Liling, his eyes full of hatred and annoyance. "Stop acting," said Yen Liling with a sneer. "If I guess right, your objective is not revenge but to capture Tai Gang." "Of course, I want to capture him. How dare this ant injure me?" "No, your objective in coming here is for him," she reiterated. "I wonder why." Yen Liling looked at him, trying to figure out his objective. Huang Yuan's facial expression remained the same, but countless thoughts flashed in his mind. She was correct, as his main objective was to capture Tai Gang from the beginning. That's why he agreed to become Mo Xingyan's cannon fodder and controlled the battle to make it seem he wanted to approach Tai Gang out of anger and pride. The plan is not going smoothly. He had to capture the latter because of his innate talent. Huang Yuan recently had a fortunate encounter in the form of a unique technique that allowed him to completely absorb the life and death book, turning it into his power. Upon success, his strength and potential will drastically increase, and he won't need the book anymore. Unfortunately, one of the requirements for this technique is to absorb someone else with life-death related innate talent. Huang Yuan was excited after he received that technique until he discovered there were only a few people with such innate talent, including Wang Wei, Di Tian, Li Jun, and Tai Gang. He knew it was impossible to capture the first two. He had a minuscule probability of succeeding with Li Jun, so he had his eyes set on Tai Gang, the weakest of the group. Unfortunately, the latter was surrounded by a bunch of monsters. So, he had to take risks and plan ahead. Retribution. Huang Yuan immediately knew time was of the essence. So, he decided to be decisive and use his most powerful technique. Thunder of Death. He had a thunder-related physique and cultivated Thunder Dao before acquiring the Life and Death book. So, he did not completely abandon this Dao and cultivated it as a secondary law. So, for this attack, he fused the two Dao, reaching a higher level. An enormous black lightning bolt appeared in front of Huang Yuan, and with a flick of his finger, he threw it at Tai Gang and Yen Liling. Boom! The roar of thunder echoed in the vacuum of space. A dark energy wave spread in all directions, killing everything in its path. Unfortunately, Yen Liling and Tai Gang remained intact at the center of the explosion, with a cauldron floating above their head. This attack reached the beginning of Three Leaf. But she did not have a scratch on her, thought Huang Yuan. He sacrificed hundreds of millions of lifespans to reach such an intensity. Yet, his opponent casually blocked his attack. Everyone thought you were only a talented alchemist, but it seems that everyone underestimates you, said Huang Yuan with gritted teeth. Indeed, replied Yen Liling. The world knows her as a talented alchemist and the logistic manager of Wang Weiss Group. However, only the sect knows her battle prowess and overall abilities. She created the 9 Cauldron art, and is considered a supreme scripture for alchemists. And that's because Yen Liling's scripture is all-encompassing. She includes alchemy and battle methods. Through her scripture, she can condense different cauldrons with different effects. For example, she was currently using the Cauldron of Defense, but she had various cauldrons for different purposes. Huang Yuan, coming here was your biggest mistake, declared Yen Liling before manifesting a second cauldron that was red. Flame Cauldron. This cauldron was the most used in Yen Liling's 9 Cauldron art, since she is an alchemist. But it's not only used for refining pills. A clear, almost invisible, flame emanated from it. Chaos Flame, and it has been cultivated to the highest level, said Huang Yuan with an ugly expression. Chaos Flame is usually manifested in the shape of a multicolor flame, like a rainbow. However, once a cultivated trains it to the highest level, it will turn colorless. Wang Wei fused a chaos flame into his heart to temper his body. However, he had no time to cultivate this heavenly flame, so he gave Yen Liling a seed to develop before absorbing it himself. Additionally, he once received the Flame Emperor's understanding of the chaos flame, so he gave it to Liling as well. Under Yen Liling's control, the colorless flame turned into a phoenix before rushing toward Huang Yuan, making the latter squint. He knew Chaos Flame had terrifying burning capabilities and could change into different attributes. It can be changed into the Flame of Life, Flame of Destruction, Flame of Thunder, Flame of Purification, etc. Although it is extremely difficult to cultivate the Chaos Flame to reach such a level, a few people have achieved such a feat, like the Flame Emperor. Death Shield. Huang Yuan created a black shield to protect him. He used the power of death to block the attack while also bringing death to the flame. Unfortunately, Yen Liling did not lack battle experience because of Wang Wei and Li Jun's dream technique. She instantly changed the property of the Chaos Flame into a Flame of Life, which is the opposite of Huang Yuan's death attribute, thus countering. Huang Yuan acted on instinct and changed the property of his shield to life, and Yen Liling countered by doing the same and changing her flame attribute to death, still overwhelming him. Finally, Huang Yuan acted swiftly and used the power of samsara, which is a combination of the Tao of life and death. Yen Liling then chose a more direct and overbearing method. She turned the flaming phoenix into the attribute of destruction and overwhelmed her opponent. Bang! Huang Yuan flew backward a dozen light years with burn marks on his face and body. His hair had turned mostly white because he had to sacrifice his lifespan to activate the book and protect him from this attack. Damn it! He cursed as he felt that a power prevented him from healing, no matter how much he used the law of life. There is no more time to waste. He waved his hand to manifest a golden sword that illuminated the endless darkness of space. The sword became the center of attention as soon as it manifested. "That aura," muttered Tai Gang. "Please visit P-alpha-1. That's a Dao artifact," said Yen Liling with an ugly expression. She knew she could not stop the lowest one-root Dao ancestor attack, so she acted swiftly to stop Huang Yuan from attacking. Condensation cauldron. Alchemists must condense all the spiritual herbs into a pill during the refining process. So, Yen Liling created a unique cauldron based on this aspect. It would generate a powerful force that would crush the enemy from all directions, turning them into a pill shape. Her objective was not to kill Huang Yuan but to use the cauldron's crushing force to render him immobile and not activate the sword. Regrettably, Huang Yuan easily blocked her attack with the sword before retreating toward his ex-wife. He wanted to shift his pain and injury to her as a way to heal while simultaneously attacking with the sword. He knew Yen Liling could not block, so Wang Wei would be forced to intervene. Then, in the brief period he was protecting her, he could kidnap Tai Gang and use his escape plan. P-alpha-1. Wang Yuan had an incredulous look on his face. He lowered his head to see a hand had penetrated his body, destroying his internal organs. He slowly turned his head to see his wife, Fan Qianhan, looking at him with cold eyes full of hatred. "How is that possible?" he asked with blood gushing out his mouth. Fan Qianhan did not answer him. She looked directly into his eyes, full of hatred that was almost substantial. "How is that possible?" asked Huang Yuan, unable to process the situation. He refined her into an utterly obedient puppet with only a slight consciousness so she could experience the pain he inflicted on her. Suddenly, he remembered something. "It's Wang Wei, isn't it?" he said with maddened eyes. "When he saved me in the cleanup, he placed karma thread on me and you. Using it, he freed you from my control, leading to your current betrayal." Fan Qianhan did not utter her word. She had not spoken for too long and had no desire to do so. Meanwhile, Huang Yuan could not move as he felt an unknown power invading his body and soul. "A curse?" he thought with an ugly expression. Before he could react, he started screaming in agony. A shriek containing an indescribable pain scattered in the surrounding galaxies, turning the dark void even more gloomy. Huang Yuan felt the most horrible pain in his body, soul, and mind. The pain was so intense he wanted to die. The truth of the matter is he would have committed suicide if the pain rendered him impossible to control his body. Meanwhile, Fan Qianhan calmly looked at him, squirming in this vacuum space. She used a technique called the Curse of Pain, taught by Wang Wei, which allowed her to transfer all the pain she experienced during her life. And what did she experience? Well, her life was a nightmare since Huang Yuan made sure of this. He defiled her body, soul, and mind. He ensured she experienced the worst possible torture possible for a human and a woman as a price of her betrayal. Every day, she lived in agony, wishing she could end her suffering. But he refused to kill her and freed her from her suffering. Instead, he added more agony and misery. Fan Qianhan lived like that for more than 200,000 years. And now, Huang Yuan was now experiencing her suffering, both physically and mentally. The process lasted for half an hour before the screaming stopped. Then, Qianhan felt relieved and at peace. She looked at the dead body of her former husband before looking into the distance where Wang Wei was. She clasped her hand together before giving a 90-degree bow. Finally, her body turned into numerous particles before disappearing between heaven and earth. Fan Qianhan killed herself, even utterly eradicating her soul. After living such an inhuman life, she lost her will to survive. She even destroyed her soul to prevent her from reincarnating. She did not want to risk remembering her past life. After her death, the entire eastern quadrant seemed more gloomy. Unfortunately, life has to continue. Her sad story is one of the many trillions in this vast and endless universe. A book came out of Huang Yuan's dead body. The space around it suddenly bent as it appeared the book was about to teleport away. However, a red string suddenly came from Huang Yuan's body and tied the book before pulling it toward the distance. Then Wang Wei opened his eyes as he looked at the book floating in front of him. "Your true destiny lies with me," he casually commented with a slight smile. Then, he frowned as he sensed something. He put the book away before looking into the distance. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.